In terms of, drawings.
Can I ask you all to move to your seats and silence your phones, please?
It is crazy. It is crazy. But I'm so looking forward to it. July 31st.
Okay, okay.
And it's outpatient. Get out. You go in the morning, and then assuming everything, settles up and says, so they'll make a reservation for staying overnight, but they don't expect that I will. So I just, that's with my 3-inch cut, and that's it.
I would like to call this meeting to order and remind everybody that if you wish to speak on an item that is not on our agenda, if you'd fill out a speaker card, please. Actually, fill out a speaker card, but list the agenda item, or if you want to speak at the public forum. With that, let's see. Do we have anybody online? No? Okay, then I will go ahead and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Ms. Cantu,
Present.
Dr. Olson,
Present.
Ms. Tu,
Present.
Ms. Weir,
Present.
Chair Strawn.
Present.
We have a quorum.
At this time, any member of the public may address and ask questions of the board relating to any matter within the San Diego Water Board's jurisdiction, provided that the matter is not on the agenda or pending before this board. Do we have any public speakers this morning? Do we have a card for you? Got it?
Good morning. My name is Heidi Whitman. I live near the Chatham Brothers Barrel Yard cleanup site in Escondido. I'm here because the city of Escondido is currently considering a residential subdivision on Hamilton Lane within the Chatham groundwater and soil vapor plume. Over the past several weeks, I've been trying to ensure that the appropriate environmental agencies have opportunity to review the project materials before the city makes a final decision on the appeal. I contacted the Regional Water Board staff and was directed to DTSC due to the nature of the site and ongoing cleanup activities. DTSC has indicated they are reviewing the project materials. I understand agency resources are limited, which is exactly why I'm here today. I'm asking for the appropriate environmental agencies to review the project before final approvals are granted. My concern is that no site-specific groundwater, soil vapor, or contamination evaluation has been conducted for a project located within a historic contamination plume where cleanup objectives have not yet been met. Monitoring wells continue to detect chlorinated solvents throughout the plume area, including locations both near the source area and near residential neighborhoods and down gradient toward a public park. Recent monitoring reports show contamination rebounds in multiple wells, including increases exceeding 70%, such as monitoring well 72, showing almost 17 times MCL for TCE. Cleanup objectives established decades ago have still not been achieved. Despite those conditions, the city approved the project without requiring a site-specific groundwater, soil vapor, or hydrogeologic investigation of the property. I'm not asking the water board to take a position on the development itself. I'm asking the agencies responsible for protecting groundwater and overseeing this cleanup be given opportunity to review the project before irreversible decisions are made. When a project proposes stormwater infiltration within an active contamination plume, I believe agency review should occur before approval. Thank you for your time and for the work you do protecting water quality in our region.
Thank you, Ms. Whitman. I assume the staff has that under consideration. Thank you. Are there any other speakers this morning?
Thank you, Chair Strawn. Sean McLean of our staff is available, but in this point in time, what I would like to report to the board is that we are aware of the concerns and coordinating with DTSC, which is the lead agency. And at this point in time, we will just simply coordinate with them in terms of reviewing the issue. Mr. McLean, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, Sean McLean, Senior Geologist in the Groundwater Programs.
We did meet with DTSC on this project. DTSC is the lead on the Chatham Brother Barrel Yard site. We looked at where the project is located. It is just down gradient of the yard, but the groundwater contamination is no longer underneath that property. We see strong decreases in the shallow groundwater plume. The deeper plume is still there and is still captured by some irrigation wells, but we have wellhead treatment on all those wells. So at that time, we met with the city of San Diego, DTSC. Nobody saw a threat to that project. And we concluded that it was a good project to be done.
I have a question.
Sure.
I'm not sure I'm tracking the name here. Chatham Brothers Burial or Barrow?
Barrel,
Barrow, okay.
correct.
And what was the industrial activity that took place there?
This is an old site from the 60s to 80s. This is where they had
Doesn't seem that old.
barrels that they were apparently a recycling company that took in chemicals from all kinds of companies. The county, DTSC, and the water board at that time had to come in and completely investigate this yard. They were dumping the chemicals into shallow ponds, into groundwater wells on the property. It was a complete mess at the time. Since then, DTSC has enforced a enforcement action. They have a remedial action, and they are doing groundwater extraction, soil vapor extraction. Extensive soil removal on that property has occurred, but there is a down gradient plume that exists, and it goes almost a mile long. It's fractured bedrock. It's very complex. The irrigation wells that are out there have captured that plume, have pulled it in different directions, which is something you typically don't see too often. So, looking at the most recent data, it does show that shallow plume has pretty much attenuated and has gone away. The deeper plume is still there. And when I'm talking deep, we're talking 500 feet, 1,000 feet. It's very deep. And that's because those water supply wells have pulled that plume into them. So, but we are seeing strong decreases in that plume. We don't see the impacts to Felicita Park. That's just down gradient as well. It's moving in the right direction. Sure.
Thank you.
The right direction is toward the ocean. I'm not quite sure what.
Decreasing in the right direction, going away
Oh, so it's at the deeper level.
at the shallow and deeper levels.
Oh, at both.
Yes.
Okay, great. And what was the what were the compounds? in there?
TCE is the main compound,
TCE, okay.
trichloroethylene.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Was getting
Thank you, Sean.
organized.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions? Okay. We will move into board business and approve the minutes from the May 13th meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
Chris, would you call the roll, please?
Ms. Cantu,
Aye.
Dr. Olson,
Aye.
Ms. Tu,
Aye.
Ms. Weir,
Aye.
Chair Strawn,
Aye.
motion carries.
At that, the next thing here is to ask if any of the board members have a comment or a item they would like to bring to our attention. And then we'll have our state board member give us a brief. Please go ahead.
And good morning, Chair Strawn and members of the board. It's great to see you this month. Let's see here. So it was great to see many of you. I guess it was just last month in May at the Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting, and that was held in Sacramento on May 14th and 15th. And so just to make you aware that the meeting recordings have been placed on the WQCC webpage. The Racial Equity Action Plan, the State Board's plan, the State Water Board's Racial Equity Action Plan 2025 update was published on May 6th, and details of the progress each division and office made towards the racial equity actions and the State Board discussed on May 6th. That would sound better there. sorry, early morning. So, and we discussed the plan, the updates, and the actions that have been taken. And we also discussed the annual update at our meeting on May 19th. We also invite everyone to share their experiences, reflections, and feedback on how it has been implemented over this past year. An interactive report is also available on the Water Board's webpage. The interactive report allows reviewers to filter updates by divisions, offices, or stage of completion. The agriculture expert panel, the state board will hold an informational item summarizing the second statewide agricultural panel recommendations on Tuesday, June 16th at its regularly scheduled meeting. They will also, I believe staff are also going to include some preliminary next steps on how we plan to take those recommendations and continue to proceed forward. Water conservation. The state board adopted the Making Conservation a California Way of Life regulation in July 2024. It has been in effect since January 2025. The regulations require urban water retail suppliers to annually calculate and comply with the urban water use objective, carry out commercial, industrial, and institutional performance measures, and provide annual progress reports to the State Water Board. At the June 2nd State Board meeting, staff presented progress on supplier report submissions and compliance with their objectives, upcoming regulatory deadlines and requirements, and available technical assistance to support suppliers with water conservation efforts. So constituents of emerging concern, also known as CECs. And so the CEC program presented an informational item at the June 16th State Board meeting, providing an update on program process. Getting notifications on joining Wi-Fi. And technology, trying to do extra things I'm not asking it to do. So they went over just their progress, interagency coordination. They also are going to give us an update on the key foundational efforts, highlighting. It keeps asking me the same question. Sorry. Taking the features are also going to continue updates on 6PPD and 6PT QNON. In the they're working with the Department of Toxic Substance Control and California Department of Transportation. More information can be found on our CEC webpage. The proposed emergency regulations for electronic reporting of drinking water quality data. On June 2nd, the State Board adopted emergency regulations for electronic reporting of drinking water quality data at our regularly scheduled meeting. The regulations will allow the State Board to enforce current electronic reporting requirements directly against public water agencies which are responsible for utilizing laboratories to provide analysis of drinking water and report regular results through the California Laboratory Intake Portal. And because we love our acronyms, the portal is now rightfully named CLIP. So in case yes, CLIP, CLIP. Yes. Let's see here. The State Board staff will hold a virtual staff-led workshop and accept public comments regarding a proposal for incorporating federal lead and copper rule improvements into the California regulations, and an outline of the policy handbook implementing Assembly Bill 1096 on Thursday, June 11th from 9 to noon. And last but not least, we are holding our annual stakeholder fee meetings. And the upcoming meetings are June 11th is drinking water and ELAP fees. June 12th, water quality and water rights. July 30th, water quality and water rights. And July 31st, drinking water and ELAP. So that concludes my report. And if you have any questions, happy to answer.
Any questions? No, I
Okay,
guess
thank
not.
you.
Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate it.
Say something.
Oh, go ahead, Betty.
I just wanted to thank you for the WQCC because it was a very interesting meeting. I appreciated it. So thank you.
And thank you all for the attendance, and it was a great discussion as always.
Thank you. Okay, now, do any of my fellow board members have a update or a comment you'd like to make at this time? Good.
This is just a piece of information that the state legislature is talking about AB 2739, which creates a trust based on general funds that would pay for parts of water bills when they're too expensive for the individuals to pay for, thinking about the right to human water. And it seems like a pretty good bill, and we'll see how it does, but just for your information, that's all.
Thank you, Betty. I think the thrust there is some of the smaller water boards in the state have a large burden of low-income people having trouble paying their bills, and this would just kind of spread that out over a larger base. So thank you. Any other comments? No? Then Dave, we're up to you. Executive Officer's Report, please.
Good morning, Chair Strawn and members of the board. I'd like to ask if there are any questions on the written report this month. Seeing none, I have a couple of things to share with you. I'd like to ask the board to join me in welcoming Frederick Panongas, our newest water resource control engineer. Say hello, Fed. Very happy to have him back. He actually worked with us as a student intern some years ago and has gone on to greater things and has come back to us. And so we're very happy to have him here. I'm also very pleased to announce today that Eric Becker has been selected as our supervising water resource control engineer over the surface water protection branch. And he starts, I believe, next week, but effectively he started already. Congratulations, Eric. And unless there are no other questions, that concludes my executive officer's report, and I'll transition to item 3, a border update. You have a substantive update in the executive officer's report. Yes, Dr. Olson.
I just wanted to say I was really impressed by how much all of our staff had participated in events. And I was very interested in one of them, which now I can't pull out from my 10-page report, but I'll tell you afterwards. But thank you so much.
Thank you. We have a substantive executive officer's report on the border water quality issues ongoing. And we have 2 items today from Division of Financial Assistance and from IBWC. So I will forego a detailed report, but I do want to share with you that yesterday we were very happy to squeeze in the Southern California Border Region Plastic Pollution Roundtable in this space and host them yesterday. There are about $5 billion worth of plastic mitigation funds available, $500 million annually for the next 10 years. And of course, one of the projects that comes to our mind is our Rural Community Assistance Center trash boom in the Tijuana River Valley. So we're looking forward for the opportunity to support that kind of plastic capture and removal. There will be other projects, I think, throughout the state and certainly through Southern California. That trash boom has shown a great efficacy in capturing and removing plastics, especially. That's pursuant to Senate Bill 54. Also, I am informed that the state board may consider cleanup and abatement account funding to carry over the RCAC trash boom for another year until they can compete for this funding as a longer-term funding mechanism. That will be pending, I believe, before state board in July. We're very appreciative of that support should it be forthcoming. And then finally, our request for 4 position years to be added to our program for border pollution control appears to be moving forward. The Senate Subcommittee on Budget approved it 4-0. It's pending before the Assembly, but I hope to report by our next meeting that the budget item was approved, the governor signed it, and that we're in recruitment mode to fill those 4 positions that will be located in our office focused on border pollution. We have a very ambitious plan in terms of how to utilize them, as you saw at the WQCC meeting. So we'll be carrying that forward, probably starting effectively July 1st. And unless there are any questions, that concludes my report on item 3 this month. Thank you.
Excuse me, we're moving through here pretty quickly into the action item. Do you have a statement that we need to read here?
Yeah, Board Member 2 has a statement to read.
Actually,
For this
it's
item.
me.
Go for it.
Thank you, Chair. This is on item 4. Before we proceed, I want to disclose that I received an ex parte communication regarding this matter. On June 7th, I received a call from Chris Ward, who communicated that his client would like to request a continuance of this item. I did not provide any response to Chris on this matter other than thanking him for letting me know that they're requesting a continuance. All party has now been notified of the communication and have had an opportunity to respond. I believe I can still consider the matter fairly and impartially based solely on the evidence on the proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we will proceed. Who is going to introduce?
Aaron Schmidt of our staff is
Aaron?
online and will be providing the presentation. And
Okay.
Supervisor Amy Grove is here in person for any questions.
Right. Thank you. Go ahead, Aaron.
Good morning. Let me go ahead and share my screen with you and we'll get started. Good morning, board members. My name is Aaron Schmidt and I am an engineering geologist in the Land Disposal Unit. Today, I'm presenting you with tentative order number R9-2026-0003, waste discharge requirements for closure and post-closure maintenance and monitoring for Ramona Landfill, Inc., a subsidiary of Republic Services, Inc., Ramona Landfill, San Diego County. I will refer to this as the tentative order throughout the rest of my presentation. The tentative order will establish waste discharge requirements and post-closure maintenance requirements for the Ramona Landfill. As a quick reminder, the informational item you saw a few months ago was about active landfills. This presentation is about the closure WDR for the Ramona Landfill and is subject to Title 27 closure requirements. Staff are preparing another informational item for detailed closure requirements for landfills, so be on the lookout for that in the coming months. Today, I will go over the Ramona Landfill's history and closure, and then move into the development of the tentative order and new requirements found as attachments to the tentative order. The landfill is located The landfill is located 2.5 miles north of Ramona in San Diego County and north of Highway 78. The landfill property encompasses 160 acres, of which 46 of those acres comprise the landfill footprint. The properties surrounding the landfill are designated for agriculture or open space. The final land use of the closed landfill will be open space. Landfill construction began in the 1950s, and the San Diego Water Board regulated waste disposal operations since 1970, when the County of San Diego Department of Public Works, which I will refer to as the county, operated the landfill. The county conducted a solid waste assessment test in the early 90s that indicated the landfill had a release and VOCs were found in the groundwater, including at an off-site drinking water supply well. An evaluation monitoring program and a corrective action monitoring program were enacted and included the replacement of supply water with bottled water. The county continues off-site monitoring and supplying bottled water for the affected community. The county remains responsible and will continue monitoring until beneficial uses are no longer impacted. There is no current concern at the landfill, and VOCs are decreasing. Just to be clear, the current discharger is not responsible for this release as it occurred prior to their ownership. Ramona Landfill, Inc., which is a subsidiary of Republic Services, Inc., and is the current discharger, acquired the landfill in 1997 and continued waste disposal operations until June 2009. The discharger submitted a final closure post-closure maintenance plan, which I will call a closure plan for short, to the San Diego Water Board in 2009, which was later revised in 2010. Construction of the final cover system began in 2011 and was completed in 2012. San Diego Water Board staff denied concurrence with the final cover system construction due to inert waste observed throughout the top layer of vegetative mulch during the construction certification inspection. The discharger employed people to manually remove the waste, but after many years of these activities, the discharger decided to replace the top layer of the final cover system and to make repairs as needed. The picking of waste delayed issuance of closure WDRs because the presence of waste was a surface water concern, and waste in the top 1 foot layer of the final cover is prohibited by Title 27. Therefore, the discharger proposed to reconstruct the uppermost layer of the final cover system at the landfill and submitted an updated closure plan in 2021 to reflect the final cover system design for the landfill and removal of waste. After a few rounds of comments, the closure plan was approved by staff in 2024. The updated final cover system will allow the discharger to meet the final cover requirements of Title 27. The Title 27 prescriptive final cover requires a minimum of a 2 foot foundation layer, followed by a 1 foot low hydraulic conductivity layer, and topped with a 1 foot erosion resistant layer, which does not contain waste and can support plant growth. Or the discharger can choose to build an engineered alternative final cover, which is what was and will be constructed at the landfill. The Ramona landfill final cover is comprised of a 1 foot intermediate cover, followed by a 3 foot thick monolithic cover that was topped with a 1 foot layer of vegetative mulch. This is the uppermost layer that contains waste and is our only issue with the existing final cover, and is the only component of the final cover that will be altered. This meets the 4 foot minimum and hydraulic conductivity requirements set forth in Title 27. The tentative order was developed to provide final closure requirements in accordance with Title 27 and to formally close the landfill. To meet closure requirements, the uppermost 1 foot layer of vegetative mulch that contains waste will be removed, and the exposed monolithic cover will have any shrubbery removed as well, and any necessary repairs will be conducted if the monolithic cover was affected by vegetative mulch removal activities. The monolithic cover will then be hydroseeded so that plant growth will prevent erosion. Additionally, we included enhanced reporting requirements for emergencies such as earthquakes, fires, and significant rain events, and routine inspections to ensure maintenance during the post-closure period. As climate change continues to impact our region, we have seen smaller but consecutive storm events that can collectively drop a few inches of rain over several days. Though by definition, this is different than a 100-year, 24-hour storm event, similar impacts have been observed. We intend to mitigate such events with increased reporting requirements and inspections. We included these new requirements as attachments to the tentative order, as you saw with the Prima de Checa landfill WDR a couple of years ago. Attachment C outlines the protocols for repairing the final cover and requirements for soil imported to the site. Attachment C is provided for future repairs of the final cover, not for the work already completed or planned to be completed as part of closure. When the completed final cover requires maintenance or repairs in the future, the discharger must submit a work plan consistent with the requirements in Attachment C, which includes the sampling and analytical criteria for soils proposed for use in final cover repairs. This will ensure that any soil used for final cover repairs is free of waste and meets the hydraulic conductivity requirements. This attachment is necessary because erosion of the final cover, for example, caused by weather or rodent burrows, are issues we most commonly see at closed landfills. Attachment D provides the requirements for annual site certification reports. The requirements in Attachment D are consistent with the requirements for closed and inactive landfills by having the discharger monitor and maintain the site and notify staff if there is an issue. This allows staff to see how site conditions have changed throughout the year. The previous WDR did not require the discharger to report any maintenance issues or concerns. The annual site certification report will include any other inspection reports completed throughout the year, such as post-rain inspection reports. Staff recommend adopting tentative order number R9 2026-0003 because the requirements included in the tentative order would satisfy the closure requirements of Title 27, and the Ramona landfill can officially close by resolving the contaminated vegetative mulch through issuance of this WDR. This concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. Thank you for your report. My question is, the ongoing reporting and monitoring and reporting, is that the only new condition as compared to the original WDRs?
There's ongoing monitoring and reporting, but there are also additional work plans and inspection reports. For example, if there's some kind of disaster-like event, such as a wildfire or earthquake or a significant rain event, also require the discharger to inspect the site shortly after the event. And if they do find any issues at the site that would require repairs, we then require them to submit a work plan as well. So that way they can fix those repairs in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a question. So I'm not sure if it's still current, but originally the last cover wasn't just green waste. Did it have food waste in it or what other kind of waste? So that wasn't acceptable?
It had inert waste throughout the vegetative mulch, which was on the top 1 foot of the final cover. So by inert waste, we typically saw, like during site inspections, a lot of plastic. Like bits of cell phone or bits of plastic toys and things like that. And that is unacceptable by Title 27 standards.
So we're asking them to fix that, or they have fixed it?
They will remove that top 1 foot cover of waste
And
that
replace
includes the vegetative mulch, and then they will hydroseed the uppermost layer of the final cover to so that way they will have vegetative growth to prevent erosion.
So I understand about plastic waste. Is food waste a problem or not, if it's mixed in with the green waste?
Not to my knowledge, no. I do not recall ever hearing about or seeing any kind of food waste in this green waste.
Because I'm from or I represent South Orange County, and they are telling us to throw away our food waste into our green waste cans. So I'm wondering, that's all right? I mean, I just wanted, I'm kind of trying to do it right, whatever it is.
Do you want me to take this one, Erin?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
My name is Amy Grove. I'm the senior engineering geologist in the Agriculture and Waste Management Unit. So typically the waste that is included in your green waste bin that has food in it is going to sites where they do composting. So green waste is allowed as a composting component or feedstock. It's not allowed in the chipping and grinding process that produces mulch. That's typically commercial green waste that gets turned into mulch. So food waste wasn't an issue at this
Thank you
particular
very
site.
much.
Mhm.
Commercial versus residential.
Thank you. So where would are they keeping the 1 foot layer, top layer that may have plastic and others in the site, or they removing it to somewhere else?
They are removing it, and it will be relocated offsite, most likely disposed of at another landfill.
I had a follow-up question kind of on the wildfire risk. I mean, I think Ramona probably in the vicinity is like very high wildfire risk. And so I guess I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the mitigation measures put in place to make sure that, you know, this is not, won't burn or won't have risk of kind of collapsing into the watershed.
Well, of course, we can't entirely prevent wildfires, but they are required to do mowing in the summertime, so to keep grasses and vegetation relatively cut short. So that will also help. When it comes to an actual wildfire, if it did happen at the site, unfortunately, there's not too much we can do until afterwards, and they can assess the site. I do not think it would be likely that any of it would collapse due to a wildfire. But there's just so many unknowns. I'm not entirely certain, but we do have work plans in place for them in the event that there is a wildfire, so that they can assess the damage and go from there to decide what needs to be repaired. I believe Amy has something to add.
Not a lot, but we also have representatives from Republic Service here if you'd like to ask them specifically what measures they have in place to help decrease the damage that might occur from a wildfire. In this order, we have an emergency response work plan that has to be submitted in I think it's a week or two timeframe of an event like this that describes what mitigation measures they will implement ASAP to mitigate for the damage. What we have seen in other sites that have been damaged by wildfires is impacts to their monitoring systems. That seems to be the biggest issue. So the cover is mostly soil. It typically stays intact. The vegetation gets burned. It'll have to be reseeded if that occurs. The bigger issue are the impacts to the monitoring system because it disrupts obviously groundwater monitoring if those are impacted, but more importantly, it disrupts the gas system. And so that part of the system would have to be brought offline and those repairs would have to be made immediately so that the system could be operational again, because we don't want to build up of landfill gas within the landfill. But again, Republic Services is here. So if you had other questions regarding what steps they're taking preemptively, I'm sure they would be happy to answer those for you.
Great. Thank you. Republic, if there's anything else that you would like to add, if not, that's helpful.
Yeah,
sure.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning. My name is Jesus Torres. I'm the general manager for Republic Services in the subsidiary Ramona Landfill. I think Amy kind of hit it on the mark right there. I think the most important thing for us is making sure we have an emergency system to shut down the gas system, because once it gets in there, that can cause further damage. So we have valves in place. We have emergency response, automated response systems that will alert us anytime something like that would happen.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Two quick items. First off, Aaron, thank you for the presentation. Your knowledge of this particular case is obvious, so we appreciate it. Now, just to educate me further, so we're going to scrape this organic material off the top, and we're going to just go back to the monolithic layer. If I look at monolithic, what do I think? What do I see? Dirt?
Yes, essentially it is dirt, but it is at its very specific hydraulic conductivity to make kind of create a cap over the landfill so that precipitation isn't permeable to the waste below. Excuse me. And so that's the 3 foot monolithic cover It still meets all the requirements in Title 27 for engineered alternative final cover. And then they will place hydroseed on top of the monolithic cover once they do remove that upper 1 foot of the vegetative mulch. And that will establish, vegetation growth to help prevent erosion.
So, thank you. That's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm it. I guess I still would have a question of why they put that additional foot on top if they could have just planted on top of the monolithic, but that's ancient history, I guess. So we'll leave that go. If there's another question, go ahead, Yan.
One quick question. I'm assuming the hydro seeding is going to be all native plants.
Yes, it is a native plant mix or seed mix rather. Yes.
Thank you.
Is there any public comment on this item? No? No more questions? Then
I just have a
Go
quick
ahead.
comment. In reading the materials, I didn't see any timing requirement for the hydro seed. And if it were done in June, for example, it would probably all die and not go anywhere, and they'd have to do it again. But if they did it in September, October, it would probably flourish and take hold and do just really well. So that might be a consideration. I'm sure Republic is on top of that because they don't want to hydro seed twice. But I thought I might have seen that in the report.
In this instance, I think one of the reasons we didn't include it is because the timing of the adoption of the order is here in the dry season. So this work will all be accomplished in the dry season. And to your point, it's likely that the hydro seeding will occur later in the summer or early in the fall before that final construction report comes back to the board for their review and comments. So we are hopeful that it will get seeded at a time when it will take. The closed landfills are allowed to have an irrigation system to help establish vegetation. So if it gets seeded this summer and it can be irrigated to get the growth started, hopefully then it won't need to be irrigated much after that seeding first takes place, because we'll be heading into the rainy season. And then by the end of that, we should have an established vegetative cover. And it's not uncommon for sites to go out and reseed again in the spring when certain areas of vegetation just haven't taken hold for whatever reason. Is that helpful? Okay.
Thank you. If we don't have any other comments, and Chris, could you call the roll, please? Oh, I have to have a motion first.
Yes. I can make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Now we can call the roll.
Ms. Cantu?
Aye.
Dr. Olson?
Aye.
Ms. Tu?
Yes.
Ms. Weir?
Aye.
And Chair Strawn?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. And see, Yan, you're on a time issue here for 10. We could go ahead and how long that first informational item, how much time do we need for that?
Probably about 30, 35 minutes.
Let's
With
go ahead and do
questions?
that, and then we'll have a break after that unless, I see. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Strawn. This item is the Cannabis Cultivation Program update. We're very happy to have Victor Gonzalez and Mahir Zahir to provide the update for you today.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Good morning, Chair Strawn, members of the board. Thank you for having us. My name is Victor Gonzalez, and I am an engineering geologist. My colleague Mahir and I are from the Agriculture and Cannabis section at the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board.
Can
Region
I
8.
ask you to just adjust the microphone?
How's that?
a
Is that
thank
oh,
you.
that's
Much
better. I can hear
Thank
myself.
you.
Of course. Come here. I can start again if you'd like.
No, it's fine.
Mahir and I are from the Agriculture and Cannabis section at the Santa Ana Regional Water Quality Control Board, Region 8. We work in the South Coast Regional Cannabis Cultivation Regulatory Unit, or the Cannabis Unit. Today, Mahir and I are providing an update on the Cannabis Cultivation Program. Next slide, please. Oh, I see. Big button. Excellent. Here's an outline of the presentation today. It has been a few years since the Cannabis Unit has provided an update to the Region 9 Board, so we'd like to reintroduce the South Coast Cannabis Unit in our jurisdictional footprint. I will introduce our staff and provide an update on enrollment. Maher will continue from there and provide an update on enforcement, the pending San Diego County Cannabis Program, and wrap up with Water Board's Cannabis Program update from the Governor's Office. The Cannabis Unit represents, from north to south, Los Angeles, Santa Ana, and San Diego regional boards. Shown on this map, outlined in blue, is our jurisdictional footprint consisting of the 3 regions, which cover parts of 7 counties, including Santa Barbara, Ventura, Los Angeles, Orange, San Bernardino, Riverside, and of course, San Diego. That's about 11,000 square miles and 20 million people. Our current staff consists of Maher Zahir, who will be speaking shortly, Pam Ibarra, and myself. We currently have 2 vacancies, one for the supervisor of the unit and another for an engineering geologist position, which we will be filling soon, hopefully. The Cannabis Unit has 2 main roles: enrollment and compliance and enforcement. In enrollment and compliance, we manage enrollment, new and existing. We ensure compliance by reviewing technical documents and annual reports submitted by cultivators, and we conduct compliance inspections on permitted sites. About 75% of our time is dedicated to the other role, enforcement. We routinely collaborate with other agencies such as the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Department of Cannabis Control, county and city code, and local law enforcement to investigate unlicensed sites. We conduct informal enforcement in the form of voluntary cleanup, often as a result of a notice of violation, NOV, or a field notice posted on the site after an investigation. If needed, we can pursue formal enforcement in the form of a cleanup and abatement order, an investigative order, or an administrative civil liability complaint. We also routinely coordinate with staff in the 3 regions regarding enrollment and enforcement. Earlier this year, in fact, we collaborated with Region 9 Agriculture Program staff regarding an outdoor site in Oceanside. Moving on to statewide enrollment. As of the end of May, across the state, we had 4,457 active enrollees. Not surprisingly, the majority are in the North Coast, shown in blue, followed by the Central Valley in the tannish color there. In the South Coast, we have 557 enrollees. Los Angeles, Region 4, obviously leading the pack there. Currently, we have 16 enrollees in the San Diego region. We expect this to change in the near future. Maher will elaborate in his portion of the presentation. How does enrollment work under the Cannabis General Order? The Regional Board issues waste discharge requirements, WDRs, or conditional waivers of WDRs. WDRs are issued for outdoor cultivations via a tiered approach, which I'll describe in more detail on the next slide, but generally, risk factors include the size of the disturbed area, the slope of the site, or the proximity to a water body. Cannabis General Order requirements mitigate the typical environmental risks from a cultivation, such as mobilization of sediment, fertilizers, nutrients, and irrigation runoff. Outdoor cultivators must submit annual reports for us to monitor compliance. Conditional waivers of WDRs are issued mostly for indoor cultivators or very small outdoor cultivators. An indoor cannabis cultivation is defined in the policy as a cannabis cultivation that occurs within a structure with a permanent roof and a relatively impermeable floor, such as concrete or asphalt. These facilities can discharge wastewater to the sewer or collect wastewater in a storage container and then haul it off to appropriate facility. For the current fiscal year, indoor annual fees are only $216 for sewer or small outdoor, or $804 for haulers. Outdoor annual fees range from $804 for small, low-risk cultivations to greater than $9,000 plus a per acre surcharge for the larger, higher risk cultivations. Outdoor cultivation WDRs are classified by tier and risk. The tier is determined by the size, where tier 1 sites have a disturbed area between 2,000 square feet and 1 acre. Anything with a disturbed area greater than 1 acre is classified as tier 2. Risk is determined by slope in proximity to a water body or riparian area. A low-risk site is fairly flat and slopes with slopes of 30% or less. A moderate risk site is between 30 and 50% slopes, and a high-risk site has slopes greater than 50% or the site sits within the riparian setback. Recall WDR annual fees range from $804 for low-risk cultivations to greater than $9,000 for the larger, higher-risk cultivations. Now that we know the enrollee types, let's look at the enrollment numbers across the South Coast. Let's walk through this map. In the upper right-hand corner inset map, in dark gray, we see California with the regions outlined in black and identified numerically. The South Coast region is in light gray and outlined in blue. The main map shows a zoomed-in view of the South Coast region with regions 4, 8, and 9 again outlined in black. County boundaries are shown as thin light gray lines. We can see the San Diego County line to the east bordering Imperial County and to the north bordering Riverside County. Green shading are areas where commercial cultivation is allowed. Hashed are areas where commercial cultivation is prohibited. No shading are areas where there has not been a decision made by the city or county or its federal land. Recall we have 557 enrollees in the South Coast as of the end of May. 544 of those are indoor, 504 are sewer, identified as blue circles, 40 are hauler sites, identified by the red diamonds. 13 are outdoor tier 2 low-risk sites, purple triangles, which means that the cultivators are larger than 1 acre and are fairly flat. Zooming into San Diego Region 9, the legend is the same as the previous slide, where the green shading is where commercial cultivation is allowed, the hashing is where commercial cultivation is prohibited. No shading are areas where there has been no decision made by the city or county or its federal. Remember, there's only 16, 15 of those are indoor, 14 are sewer, the blue circles. We have 1 hauler, the red diamond, and 1 outdoor tier 2 low-risk site up there in Oceanside.
Can I ask you a question? Going back to the previous slide, it looks like in the area that I come from, it looks like there is a allowed green spot imposed upon the prohibited hatch marks. It looks like you see both. So we have an allowed site in a prohibited region, or what's the story?
Is this East County?
This is Murrieta, south of Murrieta. Basically, it's Santa Rosa Plateau, just north of the Santa Margarita River, adjacent and north of the Santa Margarita River.
Is there a site up there or
There's a green blob. There's 2 green blobs. One.
Oh, the green blobs. Yeah, those are areas where they can grow commercially.
Yes.
It may not be outdoor, it may be indoor in warehouses and whatnot.
Well, in this particular one, it looks like the hatch marks actually go through the green blob. And it looks like they're what should be
Oh, I
mutually
see what you're saying.
exclusive. It looks like they're both have hatch marks and green blob.
That's a very good observation. That could be rendering from the map there. It's supposed to be either green or hashed, not both.
Yeah, that's what I would think. I know there's a lot of activity in that
Yes,
very area. People get
course.
arrested all the time.
Yes,
I don't think they're permitted, so
right.
they're
That-
there.
That's coming here in my Harris portion. But yes, good observation. Thank you for that. I'll make sure to look into that.
I have a quick question about this map. You have it says El Cajon, and it's a hash mark, which should be prohibited, but there's a waiver. How do waivers, why do we do waivers, and why do they come about, and what's important about them?
So as we spoke previously, they're going to apply for the waiver. That means that they're probably going to grow indoors or a small cultivation, and they're going to discharge to a sewer, or they're going to discharge to a tank and haul it off. This particular facility, I had a feeling somebody might ask about it. It's just outside El Cajon, and so they met all the requirements for the WDR, and then they actually didn't pay. So they didn't pay for 2 years. So they're going to be administratively terminated. It never worked out for them. But yes, as of the end of this year.
How long does that process take?
They should be terminated here at the end of the fiscal.
At the end of the fiscal
Yes.
year. So
End of June 2026. Correct. Yes, end of our fiscal year, correct, June 2026. So that should be gone here pretty soon. Thank you for that. Here's a graph showing new enrollments by year in the South Coast region. Number of enrollments on the y-axis, calendar year on the x-axis from 2022 to the end of May 2026. Applications received are hashed. Notices of applicability, NOAs issued, are in blue. Notice the difference between the applications received versus the NOAs issued. This is typically caused by non-payment or other flags, such as duplicate applications. And we work with the enrollees to address these flags, but sometimes it can take a little bit of time. There's an obvious reduction in the number of enrollments since 2022. This is likely due to multiple factors, but overall, we have a consistent base of cultivators that stay enrolled and stay in compliance and enrolled year after year. I'll now pass it off to Maher to continue with
Can
enforcement.
I ask a little question about
Of
that one too?
course.
So this is count of enrollees.
Correct.
So if you have acreage consolidation or 2 enrollees consolidating, it now counts as 1. It looks like you're doing half as much business, but in fact, the acreage is accounted for. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what this looks like in terms of acreage, not in terms of count.
Okay, yeah, yes, we can do that. And there are facilities that have multiple cultivators on one big lot. For example, they'll have 5 or 6 different
The
entities.
incubator building model.
Right, a whole different, and they each have their own WDR. So even though it's just, let's say, 10 acres. So
Because it looks like business is not booming, and I think business is booming. So I'm wondering why this count is going down, down, down.
there's a variety of reasons. That could be one of them with the multiple enrollees in one big lot. Most of them are moving indoors. Initially, there was a lot of people said, yes, I can do this. And then they jump through all the hoops, try to get all the permits from everybody. And then they realize that they're not going to succeed.
They realize they're going to go under the radar.
Yes.
They
And,
realize.
and there is obviously a problem with the black market. And then Maher will cover some of this here, which is always a concern, of course. Thank you. Maher?
Thanks, Vic. Now we will be focusing on cannabis enforcement within the South Coast region. We have learned that enforcement has been more successful when coordinated with partner agencies. We meet bi-weekly with 2 different California Department of Fish and Wildlife regions that work in our areas. Our unit also attends a monthly case triage meeting between the Department of Cannabis Control, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, and the Water Board. The 3 agencies meet and share key updates on enforcement matters during the triage meetings. We regularly attend local environmental crimes task force meetings here in San Diego County, in Riverside County, and in Orange County. We occasionally attend in Ventura County and in San Bernardino County. Our unit has presented at Cal EPA hosted training sessions where we highlighted water code violations observed at cannabis sites for district attorney prosecutors and law enforcement. We presented in 2023 in Riverside County, San Diego County, and Ventura County, and in Orange County in 2025. Finally, we have been invited to speak at 2 separate CHMIA trainings. That's the California Hazardous Materials Investigators Association. The first being in 2023 to provide an overview of the Water Board's cannabis enforcement tools, and in 2025 for an enforcement case study. Our progressive enforcement process begins with informal enforcement actions, which start with posting a field notice at unenrolled sites we have inspected. We then issue an inspection report and notice of violation. After issuance of the NOV, we work with landowners on cleanup of the properties. We have been able to get about half or 50% of the sites cleaned up voluntarily over the past 3 years. We've seen a significant uptick in responses post-inspection after introduction of the field notices in August of 2023. The presence of bilingual staff has also played a factor. We have made an effort to perform more compliance inspections in 2026 and have been able to inspect more facilities by coordinating and conducting inspections with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. As of the end of May of 2026, we have inspected 13 enrolled and 13 unenrolled sites. This map shows the distribution of unlicensed sites we have inspected since our unit was formed in 2018. We have a total of 442 inspections as of the end of May of 2026. This distribution is skewed by law enforcement's areas of interest, but also where we have designated priority watersheds. Priority watersheds are determined and updated annually and are decided in coordination with the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Designated priority watersheds include the presence of higher order streams, the presence of impaired or 303 delisted water bodies, regional board designated high quality, high priority streams. In addition, we consider the size and density of cultivation sites, including the total acreage of disturbed areas and cumulative impacts to the watershed. We also considered threatened drinking water supplies, disadvantaged communities, overdrafted groundwater basins, and proximity to conserved lands. Our priority watersheds for 2026 are the San Jacinto River watershed in Region 8 and the Santa Margarita River watershed in Region 9. This is what our field notice looks like. We fill out background information about the inspection, followed by checking off water code violations that were observed at the site at the time of the inspection. On the right side is the back of the field notice, which lists and elaborates on the various water code sections. This is a zoomed in version of that previously outlined in red box. That's sections 2 and 3 of the field notice, which is where we fill out water code violations observed and the unauthorized and threatened discharges to waters of the state observed during the inspection. These are the same numbers from a previous slide, slide 14. You can see the uptick in compliance inspections at enrolled facilities over the past few years. The 13 inspections this year includes a site in Oceanside that Vic had mentioned. We had an applicant that wanted to transition from growing hemp to cannabis. They initially applied for an indoor permit, and after Vic and I had reviewed the aerial imagery, we noticed hoop houses and arranged a site inspection. After the inspection, we had the applicant modify their application to reflect outdoor cultivation as the site did not meet the indoor definition, which is a permanent structure with an impermeable floor. This graph shows the number of inspections and notices of violation for unenrolled sites over the past 5 years. Law enforcement typically ramps up the number of search warrants served during the summer months, so we expect our 2026 totals will have a big jump pretty shortly here. Sure.
Slide. Let's just look at 2025. So there's a gap between inspected unenrollees that you've identified and NOVs issued. So the difference, does that mean they all enrolled and they're in compliance?
No, the gap is typically for unenrolled sites that we go back out to confirm cleanup status. So we are not issuing a notice of violation for that.
Because they're unenrolled.
Because they're unenrolled, we've already issued a notice of violation, and now we're trying to get compliance with the voluntary cleanup, essentially. So we're going back, we're getting another inspection of that same site, but there is not a notice of violation being issued. Does that make sense?
Only vaguely.
It's a second or third inspection of the same site that already has a notice of violation. So we're not issuing a new notice of violation. We're inspecting it to get the cleanup status.
Yeah, so is there a progressive fine? Is there anything, since they're not going to get any more violations, what's going to motivate them to be responsive?
We're getting to that in this next slide. So formal enforcement actions are prioritized for sites that have the greatest risk and impact to water quality and to public health. We have a couple of administrative civil liability orders to highlight. The first in Region 9 for a site in Ranchita. The final order and liability amount of nearly $410,000 was adopted in December of 2024. I presented that case before your board. We have a more recent case in Region 8 for a site in Homeland. The final order and liability amount of approximately $438,000 was adopted in February of 2026. In terms of cleanup and abatement orders, we have one for a site in Vista here in Region 9 where compliance with the cleanup order was achieved and a no further action letter was issued in January of 2025. We also have an active cleanup and abatement order for a site in Lake Elsinore in Region 8 where we are hopeful to see progress with the cleanup effort. So to go back to your question, if we're not able to get voluntary cleanup, that's where we will pursue a cleanup and abatement order. And if we're not able to get cleanup through now a formal order, that's where we pursue fines through an ACL.
So sometimes on these locations, specifically if they're not enrolled, they can use pesticides or other materials that are no longer licensed in the United States. Is there any stricter fine or like you're not allowed to do this if you're using pesticides that are no longer allowed in the United States? What happens in those cases?
So our authority is limited to water code sections. However, we do note unregistered foreign pesticides in our inspection report and cite, the Department of Pesticide Regulation violations and kind of have them work through the appropriate agency.
So who does the field monitoring? In other words, soil contamination, and who would look at water samples from around the location that could be contaminated?
It's typically whoever the lead agency is on the cleanup, which can be us, which can be Department of Fish and Wildlife, rarely the Department of Cannabis Control. It's whichever agency is kind of taking the
And
lead.
is there an audit of how many are actually done and what the frequency of testing is?
I don't believe there is an audit, but that is something we can prioritize and look into.
Well, because the impact can be very long lasting depending upon how the pesticide breaks down. But some of these have quite serious health effects. And so I would be interested to know how that's carried forward.
I'll add, whenever we come across any unregistered or foreign pesticides on a site, we immediately notify Cal EPA. We have an enforcement coordinator up with Cal EPA who kind of collects information for all the sites across the state where they're seeing unregistered and foreign pesticides and coordinate with the various state agencies on the appropriate next steps.
Do they put that on a map?
I'm not sure if there is a map, but we can inquire about that.
Yeah, I like to know about sewer spills and also use of pesticides. Thank you.
Sure. So you've seen some of these photos before. These photos were provided by the San Diego County Sheriff's Department. This is for an enforcement case here in Region 9 in Ranchita. The photo on the left is from the February of 2020, and the photo on the right is from April of 2020 to give you an idea of how rapidly sites can develop over the span of a couple months. These photos were taken from different angles. You can use that barn structure as a reference point, as seen in both of the photos. At this site, a total of 6 search warrants were served by law enforcement between 2019 and 2021. Our staff was present for 4 of them. We issued multiple notice of violations to the landowner, and informal enforcement efforts were unsuccessful. We later issued a cleanup and abatement order and an investigative order to restore the impacted stream channel and address discharges of waste on the property. Despite many attempts at compliance assistance, an adequate restoration and monitoring plan was never submitted, approved, or implemented. In December of 2024, this board adopted the full proposed liability amount of nearly $410,000. Since then, this case has been referred to the Attorney General's office and is ongoing. We have been working with the landowner and their consultant that they've now hired on compliance with the cleanup and abatement order, which is our primary focus while the Attorney General's office process takes place.
And they continue to operate throughout all these years?
They have not been operational since 2022, I believe. There's no more cannabis cultivation on the site, but we have not been able to achieve cleanup in accordance with the cleanup and abatement order.
Thank you.
Here are some more photos from the same site in Ranchita that show why this site was prioritized for formal enforcement. The water quality violations observed were egregious and resulted in significant impacts to waters of the state, including ephemeral streams on site and to groundwater. I'll walk you through these photos briefly. In the top left, you see kind of the flooding of a greenhouse and the amount of irrigation runoff that's coming off of just one of, you can see many greenhouses on the site. All of that irrigation water was funneled or directed through that debris dam in the bottom left photo and continued through that debris dam and off-site, as seen in the bottom right photo. You can see the irrigation runoff pointed out by that red arrow. The middle photo and the top right photo are excavated areas that were being used to discard and bury trash. This is all types of waste associated with the cannabis cultivation, including nutrient containers, chemicals, miscellaneous deleterious materials. These are some more examples of discharges of waste we have observed at unpermitted cannabis sites in Riverside County. These sites required the removal of cultivation-related waste and debris that presented a threat to waters of the state and are examples of successful voluntary cleanup efforts. A key development in Region 9 I'd like to bring to your attention is the San Diego County Socially Equitable Cannabis Program. This has been in the works for over 5 years and proposes to expand cannabis cultivation to unincorporated areas in the county. We have been engaged throughout the CEQA process, including submitting comments on the draft environmental impact report and meeting with the county in response to what was submitted. The most recent updates are that the final environmental impact report was released in March of this year, which includes a total of 5 alternatives. The San Diego County Commission has recommended one of the alternatives, Alternative 4, which is the cannabis program with a prohibition on outdoor cannabis cultivation. So the County Commission has recommended that alternative to the Board of Supervisors, who are scheduled to meet on August 19th to discuss adoption of the project. Initially, that meeting was scheduled for today and was postponed till August. We look forward to an update and we'll keep you updated as well. To wrap up, I'd like to note kudos that the water boards recently received from the governor's office on April 20th of all days. These types of posts rarely single out our agency, but you can see the work of the water board's cannabis program was highlighted, including statistics since the launch of the program. I would like to point out that the water boards has issued more than $3.5 million in administrative penalties, with nearly $850,000 of that coming from our South Coast Cannabis Unit, and approximately $410,000 of that for a site in Region 9. That concludes our presentation. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any other questions you may have.
No, if you just give me the answers, I love it.
Sure.
I've got a few questions. Thanks so much for that presentation and maybe just kind of some clarifications.
Sure.
So you mentioned for indoor, there's the options for either discharge to a sewer or just haul off-site. Could you elaborate a little bit more on like kind of water quality benefits associated with, or implications associated with either of those options? Is there one that you tend to funnel folks into? Just kind of curious.
Sure. If there is a sewer connection and there is a treatment facility in the area that can handle and accept and treat that waste, that's obviously our preferred option. I'd say that is the least impactful from a water quality perspective. If there's no sewer connection, tank and haul is kind of the alternative. What we ask for in that case is that they keep records of their waste hauler manifests. We do request those during inspections. And a lot of people don't necessarily have those. So we've seen people that are signed up for a waste hauler that are watering an adjacent field that is not what their permit specifies they should be doing, and obviously results in some sort of enforcement. Sewer is typically the best option from a water quality perspective.
Okay. Yeah. And in thinking about the county's development, they're leaning towards the indoor. I mean, a lot of the unincorporated areas, I'm not sure where these facilities are going to be, but do you have a sense of how many of those, upcoming facilities will be, connected to sewer versus have to haul away? Like the Ranchita example, and others. So
it's tough to say at this point. We do think that most will be in areas that are hopefully do have a sewer connection. I think just from a business and money standpoint, which is pretty much how all enrolled cultivators are thinking. We think that the sewer option is probably going to be their preference as well.
Got it. How do folks find out about the water quality? If you're interested in cultivation, how do folks find out? Is it that they go to the permitting, like the local permitting agency, or are they applying to the state department, and then you're kind of embedded? I guess, could you elaborate on how folks get enrolled in your permit?
Sure. So for anyone that would like to enroll and cultivate cannabis legally in the state, the overseeing agency is the Department of Cannabis Control. They issue the state license. Our water board permit is a requirement to get their DCC license. There's also other requirements from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. They have an application process that's kind of similar to ours. Theirs is maybe a little bit more focused on the biology, whereas ours is more focused on the water quality. But yes, our permit is a prerequisite for the state license. So anyone that is signing up to get their state license has to come through us before they can get their DCC license.
Got it. Okay. And then my final question is, I think there are ways that you could, I guess I'm curious, the product that is grown in unlicensed facilities, is that finding its way into legal cannabis shops for legal cannabis purchase? Do you have any way to find that out?
I don't have a specific percentage, but I can tell you it's finding its way.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Whether we like it or not,
Right,
it is
right.
ending up in legal shops, and people think they're purchasing legally grown cannabis, and the reality is it's not.
Yeah. And that's a concern for getting folks to want to participate in the state program and comply with our important water quality regulations. So, yeah. Thank you so much for your presentation. I
Sure.
appreciate it.
Any other questions? I have just a curiosity one. You were talking about when you were classifying the locations, you talked about a 30 or a 50% grade, was it? I mean, if I'm towing my little trailer and I see a 16% grade, I'm not sure I want to go down that. It's 30%, 50% you couldn't even stand on. Are you talking about a different definition?
Do you want
Uh, Yes, that's a good observation. We're talking a percentage from horizontal as opposed to from vertical.
So it's the percentage of the total property that is on a slope.
Correct.
As opposed to have been leveled. Okay,
Yes.
I thought maybe that was it. 50%,
Absolutely.
and that's a
that's
climate.
nice,
I don't know. Okay,
Good
thank
question.
you. there's no other questions, I appreciate your briefing this morning.
Thank you.
And welcome back.
Thank you for having
We
us.
hope to see you again sometime.
Thank you.
We will get answers for you and get back to you through the board.
Great. With that, I think I'm going to call for a 10-minute break. We'll be back about 10:30 and we'll get into our information item on the state mapping, Caltrans mapping. Okay, folks, if we could go ahead and start it again.
The border.
Oh.
Celeste hasn't signed this one.
We need to wait for you.
Did you sign it?
I think I did. Everybody sign these.
Celeste hasn't signed it.
Oh,
And I have a pin on loan right here. Code, now I've reached the freezing level.
I'm gonna get him started.
There was two. Oh. That's great.
Okay, please introduce yourself and lead us in. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lauren Kim. I'm in environmental science with the Wetlands Riparian and Protection Unit. And today I'll be introducing Tracy Dow Roberts and Mitch Doucette from Caltrans District 11, which serves San Diego and Imperial counties. Today they'll be presenting on their implementation of advanced geospatial technologies and how they aim to use these technologies to inform permitting decisions and conduct long-term monitoring. Thank you.
While they're getting our slides up, thank you. We appreciate you letting us come talk to you today. As she mentioned, I'm Tracy Dow Roberts with the Division of Environmental at District 11, Caltrans, and I'm joined by my colleague Mitch Doucette, who is my branch chief over my maintenance and minors and emergency projects. And today we're going to talk about how we are starting to use orthomosaic imagery and SLAM LiDAR to improve accuracy, defensibility, and transparency of our environmental documents, our permit applications, implementation of our mitigation, and in the future, hopefully, for better monitoring of our habitat restoration. And of course, we're hoping this can help us improve our coordination with our resource agencies, stakeholders, and partners. So today's agenda, we always do a little overview of District 11, so you're going to get that. Next, we'll talk a little bit about our goals, what the orthomosaic imagery actually is, what the SLAM LiDAR is, environmental applications of these tools, the constraints that we have, and the opportunities. So Caltrans District 11, we do San Diego and Imperial County. We manage our highway planning, construction operations, and maintenance across the region. We oversee a pretty diverse transportation network that supports mobility, commerce, and cross-border travel at the U.S.-Mexican border. And of course, as you guys are familiar, we have quite a diverse landscape that we take care of as well, from coastline to canyons to mountain terrain. Our goal is to make accurate, repeatable environmental data essential for our compliance, monitoring, permitting, and mitigation tracking, which is why we're jazzed to talk about this newer technology that we're starting to use. So our goals, Caltrans has a bunch, but we have these 4 core principles. And looking at it from the environmental perspective, safety for us as environmental stewards is to ensure that our project actions do not cause harm to our public or environment. Equity, ensuring our environmental decisions protect all of our communities fairly. Prosperity, ensuring that the resources are used wisely to support long-term economic and environmental health. And climate action, we want to ensure that our transportation decisions protect the state's ecological future. So together, all 4 of these, hopefully, when we're doing our environmental compliance, strengthen the rigor, defensibility, and integrity of what we're doing. So I'm going to pass this on to Mitch, who's going to talk about what orthomosaic imagery is.
Awesome. Excellent intro, Tracy. Like Tracy said, my name is Mitch Doucette, and I'm a senior environmental scientist and the branch chief for our environmental maintenance unit. So what is orthomosaic imagery? Orthomosaic imagery is captured using drones following automated flight paths. It combines overlapping aerial photographs into a single geometrically correct image, and it provides centimeter level aerial mapping suitable for measurements in GIS integration. So I'll repeat that. It provides centimeter level aerial mapping, which is unbelievable. And I had to confirm this myself because I didn't believe it at first either. But we're typically used to sub-foot accuracy when we go out and use our GPS Trimble unit. So providing something like this, we always want to use the best technology available to us to accurately inform our decisions and strengthen environmental compliance within the department. So for the board, that means a transparent visual record of current site conditions that can be measured and revisited. So the workflow of orthomosaic imagery. So really what this looks like in practice is drone flights capture overlapping imagery at consistent elevations. Photogrammetry software stitches together the imagery into a single orthorectified data set. The outputs include orthomosaics, digital surface models, and point clouds, and then that data can be imported directly into GIS to be used for environmental applications and workflows. So really in practice, what this looks like is we have a drone pilot go out to a site. They're going to have the necessary approvals in place, decide what location they want to fly the drone over, and the drone is going to go back and forth, kind of like a lawnmower, dozens and dozens of times, taking hundreds and thousands of different pictures. That gets uploaded. There's a clicker here. So there's a workflow here, complicated stuff. Where we come in is kind of the back end of this, and we actually use this data to import it into GIS, create habitat mapping, and then inform our permitting decisions and coordinate with various agencies like yourself to be able to provide impact data, habitat data, elevation data, where's the top of the bank, where's the ordinary high water mark, those kind of things, so that we can accurately describe our permitting impacts. And then also on the back end, which we'll talk about a little bit later, our long-term monitoring efforts. So I have a video that I would like to show to you, and I do think that I'll need your help to play this. Yep. Perfect. So I'm just going to narrate this and kind of show off how cool this imagery really is. So try to compare this to satellite imagery that we'd be able to get on Google Earth. So we're going to zoom all the way in here, and you can see the individual prawns on these Mexican fan palm trees. It's really spectacular how accurate this data really is, or this technology really is. So that's more or less what this video is just kind of showing off the high resolution imagery of the orthomosaics that were captured via drone flights. So there's a couple other cool parts that we do here. You can see obviously lots of Mexican fan palms, some brush, there's some willows in here. Really, really high level accuracy. Yeah, go ahead.
So you can identify, is there a program that will identify the trees, the type of tree for you, or do you have to identify those yourself, or does
Yes.
GIS do it? I mean,
It's both, and we'll actually go into that in a couple slides.
okay.
So this is
Think about coordinating with like the cannabis people for a small fee. They like really need this, I think.
This is kind of a cool shot there. They actually zoomed in on someone that had their arm hanging out the window, and what the surveyor told me was if they weren't moving their arm, you could have actually zoomed in on their wristwatch and been able to tell what time it was. So just kind of showing off how the clarity of all this image, and that's where our drone pilot is right there, flying the drones. So I'll go ahead and go to my next slide here. Here we go. So the next technology that we want to talk about is SLAM LiDAR. So what is SLAM LiDAR? SLAM stands for Simultaneous Localization and Mapping. LiDAR sensors emit laser pulses to measure terrain and object geometry, creates a dense 3D cloud point representing terrain and vegetation structure, and it's extremely useful in areas where GPS coverage is limited or vegetation is dense. So we have obviously safety issues. We have constraints and limitations on what we can go out and do by field. So our biologists go out there. In an example like this, you have this forest or jungle area, and you're trying to bushwhack through here to try to identify each individual tree, to try to measure identify each individual tree. So the LiDAR, you still have to get in there, but you're not trekking through for days on end trying to gather all this information. you're letting the LiDAR do its thing and you're coming back to the office to be able to actually manipulate that data and process it. So that's what the next video is actually going to show. And this is where things get really, really cool. So we're really excited about what this looks like. So I'll kind of narrate this again. And I think this is going to answer your question, Betty. This is going to be, so there's different viewers here. There's infrared. This is kind of the vegetation viewer. So you can actually go in and parse out what's vegetation, what's not vegetation, what's ground, what's outside of our study limits. So we had this is Buena Vista Creek in the city of Vista. So you see a right-of-way line. We're not concerned about what's happening on the city's right-of-way. We're looking specifically what's in Caltrans right-of-way. So you can see here, this gets through all the canopy. So you can see individual trunks here. You can see what vegetation, what trees you have. You can even see, I think in one of these views, you can actually see individual panels on the fence right here. There's a light pole there. So incredibly accurate stuff. There's a bridge here. It zooms in on the bridge column. So it's incredibly accurate. We can get contours, we can get elevation data, we can get topography from this. And again, this is something that, previously going out with GPS Trimbles by hand, this is something that we weren't able to gather. So we're really excited about the future applications of this. And I think this is probably the coolest part of this video. So instead of going out and trying to individually map each 500 Mexican fan palm trees in this area, we actually have the ability to take a snapshot of what exactly we want to look at here, and we can parse out everything that we don't want to. So what they're going to do shortly here is actually remove the canopy altogether and leave just the trunks. So we can actually go in and count each individual trunk for all these Mexican fan palm trees here. And furthermore, what we can do is we can get sub-centimeter location data on where exactly these are. You can decide, I need to get diameter at breast height, right? Roughly 3 feet off the ground. I need to get the diameter at breast height for each one of these individual trees. So rather than going out with a tape measurer and trying to figure out for 500 trees where these are at, you get sub-centimeter level location features, and you can also measure the diameter just on your desktop computer. So, it's the amount of resources that we can save using something like this, the amount of time and effort. And from a safety standpoint, this area was lots of encampments in it. We had to have a CHP escort with our biologists go out there for multiple days when we were mapping this. So, having the ability to utilize this technology is going to be a game changer for us moving forward. It's actually something that CDFW requires. I believe the water boards during our permits require that as well, because depending on the diameter of a native tree anyways, that's gonna affect the level of mitigation that we're required to provide. So maybe for smaller trees, if they're less than, a foot in diameter at breast height, we might not have as large of a mitigation ratio. If it's a big, huge oak tree, 5-6 feet in diameter, we might need to replace that tree at a 10-to-1 ratio. So I'll go on to the next slide. So putting these both together, we've kind of talked about the technological capabilities of this. So on the left side here, you have orthomosaic imagery, highly detailed visual documentation, extremely accurate measurements, repeatable monitoring using time series aerial imagery, and it improves transparency and visualization. Coupled with the slime LiDAR, when we can actually get in, not only from a bird's eye view, but we can actually get in, like that video showed, removes existing vegetation canopy to expose ground surfaces, improves terrain analysis, provides a highly detailed elevation and structural information, and again, supports tree inventory and trunk diameter measurements. So I will pass this back over to Tracy.
He's taller than me. So why does this matter from a environmental compliance place, particularly CEQA? Well, these technologies improve our ability to be consistent, to be repeatable. The measurable environmental baselines before construction are much more accurate, so we can get an actual snapshot of what things look like before we go and do something, which of course then leads to a number of things. We can be a lot more defensible because we're being honest about what we're seeing out there and what the potential impacts are for our projects. And then in terms of once we do habitat restoration or things along those lines, we had the baseline, so we know what we are shooting for. And because we have those snapshots in time, it really helps us measure things and the progressions more effectively. So if you have something that maybe isn't taking as well, we know exactly what it should be. So we have a much more, I think, reliable starting point. And I think it really encourages us to just be incredibly transparent and to ensure that our documentation is a lot more defensible. So just overall, it just makes for a better environmental compliance, better partnerships, like I said, which when we're working with various resource agencies, it's got to be nicer to know that we're using good technology that you can trust. So if we're going out there and we're saying this, that we mean it and we've got actual data to back us up with it. And I think this will help with review processes as well. Whatever we submit to resource agencies is going to be much cleaner, much more detailed, and much more reliable. So call me crazy, but I would assume this means way less back and forths. So this just saves time and energy for everybody involved. And then also for like the water board, we thought it would increase your confidence in us, that our documents are a lot more reliable, that we use really good data, and that our visualizations we're giving you are transparent. We're showing you this is what's out there. And it's, like I said, defensibility, transparency, honesty. It's just good, all around good for us. And we're hoping that we can start using this more and more. We'll get to that in a few slides, but that's the goal. I'm going to steal your slides so we're not going back and forth, and then I'll get back to you. Okay. We originally thought we'd both be up here all, with you. So, so I'm going to get into the applications a little bit for you. So as you saw, there's a little bit of habitat mapping. And as Mitch got to use this stuff firsthand, these tools really helped map vegetation communities, delineate habitat, identify wetlands and riparian zones more accurately. They also can measure, as you guys saw, canopy coverage and vegetation density, and it can help us with monitoring sites over time. So like I said, these snapshots in time help us really kind of see progression, especially if we're doing a lagoon that's a 10-year monitoring program, that this is going to help us really show, success or failure. And with us, it really supports our biological habitat mapping in general. The goal is to try and get areas mapped out so that we have these reference documents to show us where we are. So I'm going to pass to Mitch because his team made this map. And the cool thing on this one, which he'll tell you, is you can see the difference of when we were mapping it by hand and when LiDAR and orthomosaics jumped in. And I bet you can tell the line of where we were doing it by hand, the old school way with Trimble's, with the biologists out there, and then when we got the technology involved.
Yeah, thanks, Tracy. So I wanted to include this particular map because this was kind of during the middle of the process. As you can see, the right hand of this image here, this was when our biologists went out there for 3 or 4 days, and they're trying to capture all this vegetation. And we sat down and they said, look, this isn't going to be doable. This is going to take us weeks and weeks to be able to map all this information. There has to be a better way. So we touched base with our surveys department, and they said, yeah, we have a drone. We have the ability to fly over this. We can use our SLAM LiDAR. We've actually been wanting to test this stuff out and find projects that we have the ability to go out and use it and see what we can do, because we don't have that many projects, new technology. They don't have that many projects that they've been able to utilize this specifically for environmental applications, right? They use it to design bridges all the time, but for environmental applications, this is a really new concept for us. So the portion on the right, you can see we're doing our best with our handheld Trimble units. We're trying to go map the vegetation and say, okay, this is where the willows end, and now I'm getting into Mexican fan palm trees, and you can see on the left is what the drone captured really, really clearly. You can see each individual tree and where they are. So That's why we wanted to include this this particular image in this presentation, because I think it paints a picture and tells the story about, you know, kind of how we got to this point and, you know, the big difference. Yeah.
Can you tell how drought would affect these trees? Like if these are taken, could you go back and take them in a drought time? And then I don't know how it works. I don't know what it's picking up. If it's just visual or it actually picks up certain spectra that might reflect chlorophyll or something. I don't know.
I think you definitely could. Yeah. I mean, I think that you could probably go back out year after year and say, hey, look, these plants, these trees look a lot more brown than they did, you know, 2 years ago when we were originally, hey, there's a drought right now. There's been a drought for a couple of years. Look at the impact or look at the effect that this drought is having on this particular habitat. I definitely think that's something that we could do. You know, we're gonna go into some of the potential applications. You know, we're just scratching the surface of the capabilities of this technology right now. You know, I remember I was talking to one of our surveyors who used to work for USGS, and he was telling me that they had a project where their goal was to map out how many individual nests there were of a particular bird species. And they trained an AI model to go fly a drone, go fly this entire forest, report back to me with how many nests there are of this particular species. It goes and does its thing, comes back, you got 45 nests, and there's 5 of them that we're not sure about. So you're gonna have to, you know, double check the, yeah, true, exactly. So, you know, the capabilities of this are really endless. So that's why we're really, really excited to kind of bring this into our world of environmental. And I will pass it back over to Tracy.
So point cloud classification and GIS integration. So classifying the LiDAR can remove, as we showed, the isolated canopy of vegetation exposing to true ground elevations. And why does this matter? For a number of reasons. Wetland delineations is one of the big ones. So wetland delineations, riparian corridor mapping is also one of the ways that this would really help us out. Hydraulic modeling, this can also help us out with, and erosion assessments for sure. And without classification, vegetation noise can really obscure the terrain. So being able to remove that noise can help us get much more accurate on some of the mapping that we struggle with. GIS integration means that the data becomes part of the environmental record as well. And that means we have, like I said, a consistent format. Overall, the analysis we think can generate slope maps more effectively for us, cut and fill estimates, which are really important for Caltrans and our permitting. So if we can kind of start to get that down a bit better, which this might help us. Again, like I said, you guys won't be so annoyed with some of our permits. Some of the other things too, we could do some habitat boundaries more effectively, floodplain overbank areas more effectively, buffer zones, so riparian setbacks or WDR compliance distances, things along those lines. Classified point clouds can be compared year to year or season to season, which could identify vegetation growth or decline, so potential things about like drought, soil loss and erosion, sedimentation in channels and basins, and restoration mitigation establishment success or failure. These open up a lot of doors, we're hoping, for future AI-driven workflows and statewide consistency and mapping methodology. So mitigation and restoration is another way that we're hoping that we can improve this. We use time series LiDAR and orthomosaics to track mitigation establishment, vegetation growth, and year-to-year changes. That's the hope. And the first time we're testing out is on the San Alejo Lagoon. So we're working with our surveys team to get out there since recently. It's at the middle of its 10-year monitoring, and there's some failures. And so we can only get in certain areas. So we're working with the survey team to get out there and map it and get our snapshot as the new plan is being implemented. So we for the first time with this lagoon, we know exactly where it is right now. And that, I think, is going to help get success over those next 5 years. So that'll be our guinea pig of our first actual restoration monitoring for this. We're hoping we can quantify performance tracking more effectively with this, that we can improve our documentation, and hopefully this will improve restoration success overall, and early detection of deviations or problems. So we've seen some improvements in our mitigation sites overall, but we know that there's only so much that a lonely biologist can do as he's out there trekking. So we're really hoping that we can utilize this technology, especially on big mitigation sites, so we can be accurate fast. Overall, of course, we think this can improve compliance. So these tools support environmental surveys along active corridors. Many moons ago, when I was a biologist, I remember very unsafely doing surveys on the side of the road. So having this technology to help ensure that our staff are safe is really important. We know that this can help us with monitoring near wetlands and sensitive habitats where we don't want to be trekking in there. There are areas where we really shouldn't be stomping around to do a survey. So if we can use technology to get even better data without harming the habitat, that would be fantastic. It'll also help us with drainage, culverts, and erosion documentation. Those are offshore areas. Sometimes you have, back to when we were talking about slopes, we'll have 18, 20% slope. It's a straight drop off. We can't go check those culverts out. This can do it for us. And again, I want to reemphasize the safety. It really does matter. And we have a lot of sticky situations that our field staff have to deal with. So being able to have technology like this can keep us safe. So what's it look like when we put it all together? Well, we're hoping WDR compliance verification improves. So measurable, date-stamped baselines plus LiDAR ground surface support review of grading, riparian buffers, mitigation performances under the WDRs, permit submittal quality improvements, improving our figures for cleanup monitoring sites, clear drainage pathways, as well as locations using orthomosaic and LiDAR elevations, which could strengthen the evidence in the upload. Stormwater program support. We think high resolution documents for CGP and Caltrans MS4 requirements, like erosion features, BPM or BMP conditions, aligning with our stormwater resources so we can combine this with the already existing GIS library, the WQPT, and some of the other viewers that we have. Overall, like I said, inspection efficiency and defensibility. We have repeatable imagery, and we'll have better elevation numbers, better actual identification of exactly what species are in these areas, which we can compare to databases that other folks have. So it helps with reliability for all of us. And improving, like I said, baseline documentation. Right now, it's really good in some places and not others. And this, I think, starts to eliminate some of that margin of error. We also will, it results in a lot more high resolution imagery, which is not only valuable, but it helps whenever you're trying to design things. Like, we're working on a number of wildlife connectivity features for several projects, and the terrain, particularly on State Route 67, is a little tricky. So being able to use technology like this will help us really map out certain areas where we think they'd be good fits for the wildlife connectivity features. We can also make sure that we document spatially rather than relying solely on narrative descriptions and static photos. Improve resource analysis. We want to make sure, as you mentioned, like nesting habitat evaluations, this will help. We have a few areas where it's pretty dense and it's tricky to get out there. And once they're already nesting, we don't want to be stomping around bugging everybody anyways. So we can get above and then use these tools to remove the canopy. We can see things without, bugging the various species that are trying to just live their life. And again, like we said, mitigation and monitoring, it could be a really great tool for us. And just overall improving interagency coordination. We know right now one of the issues with environmental compliance is conflicting assumptions between our own people and within Caltrans, and sometimes with our partners, our stakeholders, and resource agencies. So if we can have really accurate information, really good data to start the conversation, I think it can help with alignment overall. So operational considerations, as you can tell, we're excited and we want to use the living daylights out of this stuff. So, but we have to be mindful. Although this is a really great tool, it is not cheap. It is a bit expensive and it's specialized. And because of that, we have to be selective. So it's not something we would be going out on every single project. If we're doing a simple project that is a categorical exception or exclusion that isn't going to have impacts, we're not going to be doing this imagery. But if it's a large scale project that's likely to have impacts, or if we know that we're going to have complex permits or habitat restoration or monitoring, we're likely going to incorporate this technology where we can, because we want to, again, get those good baselines. And the only way to prove it really works is if we start doing it. So we have to pick some projects and get it out there so we can convince the powers that be that it's worth the dollar and time. And hopefully the bodies. There's only 2 people right now who can do this in our district. We're working on that, but it's not, it's newer. So it's a newer skill that people have to learn. So what we want to do AI assisted environmental inventory. The tool is there. It's time to start learning how to use it. So we can do machine learn based vegetation classification. As Mitch mentioned, we have colleagues in other departments who've already done this for Bird's Nest. Why can't we do it for vegetation? We would also like to see AI assisted vegetation polygons, confidence scores, year-over-year change detections, hotspots where canopies health appears to be declining. So we want to really start incorporating this with AI, and that way we can have even more, just better databases, better information. Additionally, this could lead to AI assisted environmental inventory creations, such as auto-generated wetland likelihood maps. We can also hopefully do AI screen disturbance footprints, inventory of habitat fragmentation indicators, and more. And at the end of the day, again, more robust collaboration between Caltrans functional groups, which we would have better data governance internally, which means we're more trustworthy to our partners and our stakeholders. And to summarize, our position is that we are integrating high resolution imagery and 3D LiDAR mapping into our workflow to improve accuracy, efficiency, defensibility of our environmental analysis. This investment, we're hoping, will reduce uncertainty, it will build trust, and it will improve habitat assessment, strengthen compliance with our document, strengthen actual tangible compliance out in the field, and just benefit everyone that we're trying to serve. Like, we have a purpose. Caltrans is meant to be serving our community and our public. And that also, our community isn't just on two legs. You know, we have plants and animals and various other things that do count on us to be responsible. And so if there's good technology out there, we should be using it. So I thank you. We appreciate your time today. And we're looking forward to continuing to strengthen our collaboration with the Water Board and our other resource agencies, and hopefully be able to show you guys that we could do a better, clear, measurable, and transparent environmental database, which will result in better environmental documentation. So thank you. And we're here to answer any questions if you got them.
So this is really exciting. There was a time, a day in the not too distant past where I never would have expected to hear this. So this is just wonderful. My question is, this is District 11, Districts 1 through 10. Are they also availing this technology to them? Are you a front runner?
I am. We are the front runner. So what we did, it was a few months ago, I sprung on Mitch's team and the survey team that, hey guys, you want to come to the Environmental Management Board and introduce this to the state and start talking to my counterparts and see how we can get this across the state. And it was very well received. And since then, there have been multiple presentations, not just with environmental, but the survey teams who need to do this. So we do have 2 other districts who officially are trying it out as well. So it is spreading. And as we are communicating as a state that we want this for every district so that we can have connected data that's on the same level, consistency. So yes, we are the forerunners, but it is starting to happen across the state.
And there are other groups that are not related to Caltrans who are using this technology, doing other things. And it would be great for you to coordinate with them just to learn the tricks of their trade and something like that. I can give you that information.
Agreed.
So you're to be congratulated. I really appreciate the presentation, and it gives me great hope for not just Caltrans, but for a multiplicity of activities where we need help. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
So you said they're very expensive. I just wondered what the cost was and how difficult it is to train people, or do you have to hire new people, or what's
So currently it is licensed surveyors who are doing this. And they are dwindling in quantity because it's newer. Like I said, we have
So
only
do you
two.
rent the?
We do not. We have our own equipment within District 11. It is not the cheapest equipment, and we do have 2 licensed staff in District 11. who are
What do you mean
capable.
when you say it's not the cheapest equipment? Is it hundreds of thousands, millions?
No,
of
it's not that
dollars?
much. But I don't know off the top of my head the cost of the specific drone that is needed for this, because there's different types of drones. And the LiDAR, we're actually looking to try and get some within our own division. So we will find out those numbers very soon. But it is the cost of manpower as well. So those surveyors, it usually is 200 to 500 hours of their time, depending on how large of an area that they're mapping out. So they just did the Otay Mesa East new port of entry, which in terms of just capital cost was quite a few dollars. It was for just that division to map it out. So because it's just the two people and there's a wait list to utilize
I'm
them.
sure.
So
So
the
my-
goal is, the goal is to get more people trained in this, and we are looking into getting more equipment. So it's not just the one set within district.
All right, now your AI assisted, do you have enough data right now to train AI systems so that they, you have to have a large amount of data to be able to train them? So do you know?
Potentially. We have a pretty robust database within Caltrans itself. And at the end of the day, it really starts to fall down how well of a prompt can you prepare for the AI, what type of agent or bot you need to prepare to be able to do it. So it's about skill with being able to talk to AI correctly, and our database is quite big. So the likelihood of being able to start with something is here.
So you utilized photographs here and then I guess shapes, because you imposed then different colors on different shapes, which allowed you to differentiate trees. So what I'm kind of interested, is it able to read like spectra? Do these, they don't read spectra, they're just photographic?
I think it does have the capability. We don't have all of so there's different software that would be associated with this as well. And what we have right now, because it's mainly been used with mapping transportation facilities, so like the Coronado Bridge, the new port of entry, things like that, there hasn't been a need for some of these things. But as we have been communicating with them about our need and how we would like to utilize this technology,
I think it must
we
be
would
the
need to-
hardware too. Must be the hardware would
Mhm.
have to read the spectra, and then your software would interpret that, what that spectra meant, I think.
Mhm.
So, well, I think, I can think of several other places I'd like you guys to go and talk if you're willing.
We have a list. There's a little, like I said, a little backlog since it's only the duo who goes out and does all of this for us. But we do have a nice little hearty list of a couple, well, more than a couple of projects we would like to get out there and some of our larger mitigation sites.
Thank you very much.
All right. So I realize you have to have license surveyor and so forth. The project that you show, it would take days for a lot of geologists to go out there to do the survey. How much time did that mapping took?
It's like 2 days, right?
In hours.
The mapping itself took about 2 days. The drone flight was a couple hours.
Yeah. So that's the difference, right?
And that little section you saw on the original map, that was like a week of biologists going out with the Tremble and doing the mapping. So
And
on
not just
foot,
X. Yeah.
on foot, it takes a lot more time.
I'm familiar with LiDAR, but how is SLAM LiDAR different? Is it the same thing?
I don't remember.
To be completely honest,
Like, did we write it?
I'm not sure about I think it's a newer type of
okay.
of LiDAR.
Okay.
I'll tell you what.
Ground penetrating, and I'm not.
It's simultaneously localization and mapping. I'm not entirely sure. We didn't bring our surveyor with us. He wasn't available today.
To gather as much information as we possibly could
Yeah.
to deliver some of these presentations, but we're both environmental scientists,
Yeah.
not a surveying engineer. So we've had multiple meetings with them to try to
Mhm.
learn as much as possible about it, but some of those questions.
Okay.
we could answer.
Okay, no problem.
Sounds like LiDAR.
Yeah, it sounds like LiDAR.
It's
but just like the
LiDAR, and
next
I'm
version.
not.
Anyway, so, and then just kind of curious, like how, I mean, because still ground truthing, going out, being in the field is super important on these projects. And so how do you, like, as you're doing this analysis, how are you integrating both, what your, biologists and your field surveyor teams are doing like on the ground? Because it sounds like there's still some component of like field work that's involved with the, this combined mapping exercise. Are they outputs in GIS? Is it how you analyze the data? How do you take that like those human eyeballs on the site into the data?
Everything you just said, actually, as well as we want to verify data. I'm not a big fan of taking with one. You should verify data. So they're still going out just at spot checking a little bit more. And then there's also some areas where maybe we didn't get the light, where they didn't walk quite in the right area. So they're still going to go out and verify. And they still, like you said, they're doing the GIS mapping. They're converting the data points into the databases. There's a number of things that are still keeping them actively involved.
Yeah, the model will categorize similar types of vegetation, but like our biologist still went in there and said, yes, that's a Mexican palm, that's a willow, that's a fence. You know, what I mean, they're still going out there and, you know, just back in the office, making sure and human proofing this, that, you know, they're not categorizing the vegetation types inaccurately.
Yeah, we count on the biologist for being the sounding board for the actual vegetation types.
I have a couple questions. How big is the drone? Okay, and how high?
It depends on the location. So there's some areas that you're completely restricted from flying in Miramar, you know,
Yeah,
around some
understand.
places. Like you cannot fly drones there. So it depends on the area that you're flying in. Sometimes you have to fly higher than other areas, but I think it's about 100 feet off the ground or so.
It was a few, no, it's a few more than that. Yeah. It's a few hundred feet off the ground. It varies on the locations. It can go up quite a bit. We've taken them out and done, 6-story buildings and things along those lines.
So you were talking about going in and picking out homeless count. So I was wondering if they were going to take your drone out, which sounds like you can get up high enough or stay far enough away that they're not going to get interfered. Okay, and that kind of answers that whole thing. Available once you build this database, which is going to come really fast, I think. Is there any plans or restrictions on making that data available to other government agencies or NGOs or?
For the most part, no. As a public agency, just about everything that we do is open to the public, with the exception of some archaeological type of data, so culturally sensitive. But other than that, yes. Currently, our GIS maps are available to other agencies, so that we would, we would be comfortable sharing.
What I was getting at in particular is that I also represent us or have been on the San Diego River Conservancy, and they've been funding a lot of brush removal for fire prevention purposes. And I can see a direct nexus to that where the 52 corridor through Santee, one part of it's the freeway, the other part's houses. They're trying to figure out just where to, I mean, and it's probably a couple $1 million project in long run, where to go in and remove the brush, what they're removing. They could just eat this data up, I think, in that process. So it's good to hear. And as you get a little bit larger and more comfortable with your database, sharing that, I'm sure that our friends from Coast Keeper and some of the others would love to have access to that kind of information. So thank you. Thank you for the briefing. It was wonderful.
Yeah, no problem.
Anything else? Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to move to item number 7, which is the United States International Boundary and Water Commission, a report from Ramon Macias. Welcome back. And Riley, you're going to introduce this for us?
Yes, good morning. I'll be introducing item 7. My name is Riley Nolan, Water Resource Control Engineer with the Source Control Regulation Unit. Today, you'll be hearing from the U.S. section of the International Boundary and Water Commission. As required by their NPDES permit for the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant, IBWC is required to provide an update to the San Diego Water Board on spill and transboundary flow events, influent action levels and source control requirements, State of the Ocean report, the state of the Tijuana River Valley. And in addition to those permit required elements of their presentation, IBWC will also be updating the board on the expansion and rehabilitation of the South Bay International Wastewater Treatment Plant, as well as broader coordination efforts with Mexico and efforts on public outreach and transparency. And we're joined today by Ramon Macias, who is the principal engineer for US IBWC, as well as several other IBWC staff from headquarters and from their field office. So with that, I'll hand it over to Ramon.
Okay, good morning. Thank you all. And on behalf of Commissioner McIntosh, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to provide the update for you all as required by our permit. As mentioned, my name is Ramon Macias. I am the principal engineer for the engineering department for US IBWC. And with me, I have, and I think you're familiar with the folks next to me, my colleagues, Dr. Gilbert Anaya, Chief of our Environmental Management Division, and of course, Emily Allen, our Area Operations Manager. They'll be helping me with the presentation. They'll jump in and they'll also provide and help me with any responses, questions that we need to answer on this or that come up. Let's see. So as mentioned, and our presentation outline is going to be tied to repairs and compliance, the influence, action level, source control requirements, state of the ocean report, state of Tijuana River Valley, our biannual technical committee meeting requirements under the permit, an update on the expansion, information on a community roundtable, and of course, some updated coordination on Mexico's projects for Minute 328 and our activities under Minute 333. Starting here, we're under repairs and compliance. We've been compliant at the plant since November 24 with water quality effluent. And we've been, for the most part, compliant on our effluent discharges. We've had a few exceedances, but for the most part, we've been able to stay within compliance. What we've done to sustain that compliance is add SEPT, chemically enhanced primary treatment, primary treatment to the primary cementation tanks to improve the solid settling, proactive grit cleaning and maintenance, particularly to our grit chambers, maintaining the existing headworks because of the fact of the condition that it has been and making sure that it continues to operate and stay in operation during our expansion and rehabilitation, and active coordination with Mexico in the US IBWC EPA partnership. What we have under the framework of 100% solution is, and as you're aware, we reached our 35 million gallon per day capacity increase in 2025 and have met all of our CDO effluent limits to date so far. So I think in a compliance standpoint with the operation that we've done fairly recent and fairly good job on those requirements. Within transboundary spills for 2025, the table up there, we have the locations of spills within our pump stations and canyon collectors. And here I'll turn this over to Emily. She'll kind of update the spills that we've had and what we've done to prevent and response in those spills.
So this chart gives you an overview on what all of the spills occurred during 2025. And what I want to more so focus on next slide. This gives you a representation of what had happened, what we have done, and not only stopping the transboundary flow, but also looking in the future, how do we prevent from this occurred again. So it started from the left side, January 1st, 2025, we had a equipment failure. And there was a malfunction of equipment from a manufacturer. So it was still under warranty when we made a repair immediately to stop the transboundary flow. For the long term, what we did was to implement the rehabilitation of both pump stations to make sure that doesn't occur again. And throughout the year, we'll continue to maintain both the pump station and the canyon collector to make sure it doesn't happen. Then the top two, you're looking at, that is the timing of the wet weather event. So when it rained in Mexico before San Diego, we cannot close the canyon collector until the rain event starts in San Diego. So because we did not close the gates to our pump stations fast enough, both incidents that occurred resulted in a spill at our pump stations. So the flow coming from New Mexico, the rain, the stormwater is a little too much for the pump station can handle, exceed the capacity. So those two top. What you see on the March 26th event, that gives you a visual on what comes with the rain, what happens to the pump station. And I just kind of going back to kind of talk about why we need to close the canyon collectors when the rain starts. This also happens to PB-Sela. That's why they need to close. So that's kind of give you an idea. From that event, so we coordinate closely with the CBP to make sure they do not open the border gates before we close our canyon collector gates. So that coordination having occurring every time during the rain, just so we're not impacting the pump stations. The one on the top right side, that is the Canyon del Sol. We also had a similar incident at Silver String. So those two because of ruptured line. And what we did was we replaced all of the pipelines from the canyon collector to JB2 that leads to the treatment plant. Also, we added manholes and cleanouts in the project to make sure we have future maintenance and repair opportunities so we don't end up with the ruptured lines again. So the line, all that distance of line with nothing, no way to clean. So that is something that we did in 2025. The bottom three are active prevention and response actions. So start with the Silver Drain. We had a spill during the repair. The flow continues to come from Mexico. What we did is we actually searched for a location where we can recover the flow and send it back into Stewart's Drain. So we had 92% of the spill would recover during that spill event. The one for December, what we did was that was a planned. We coordinated with Mexico to make sure there's no spill. Unfortunately, they had a ruptured line. So what you see there is 2 layers of berm set at the canyon collector, and you see the hoses leading to the side there. That is the vacuum truck, station the vacuum truck 24/7 to capture the flow. Unfortunately, when the rupture line happened in Mexico, it's just too much to handle. And immediately we brought in the Vactor truck to pump out. So between the vacuum truck, Vactor truck, and we were able to stop the transboundary flow within an hour. The picture, the bottom right corner picture, that is definitely a coordination with help with County of San Diego, allow us to clear the canyon collector downstream of the canyon side to allow us to clear that sediment. So in preparation of the rain event. So November rain hit, we protected our pump station. So those are the actions that we're constantly working on to prevent and respond to the transboundary flow. And also, out of this all, it's the close coordination with Mexico. Anytime there's any spills on Mexico, they respond right away. So that's.
Can I ask a question about that? On your site, on your photo on January 26th?
Yes.
In the beginning there. So you were unable to close the gates fast enough.
Because the rain hasn't started here.
The rain hadn't started here, but it had started in Baja
Correct.
California. It was moving this way. So is that a lack of coordination with D1?
No, so
is that a
permit
process,
right.
and you cannot close until it starts to rain?
Correct.
Even though you can anticipate what's going to happen next. So that seems to be something we need to solve.
Correct. So in a future permit, so we can discuss timing of that, whether it's a rain event. So sometimes we can't predict how much they're going to rain and then flow coming our direction, and we're the lower point.
Right.
So
coordination with Mexico is of the utmost importance in all of these things.
Correct.
And some of our major failures in the past has been where there is a lack of coordination. But here we see a situation where there's a lack of a dynamic process, where
Correct.
even though you have coordination, you can't be responsive. And so that needs to be fixed.
Yes.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you for pointing that out.
Okay. Here we're showing and we'll be talking about the transboundary flows in the Tijuana River. And what we're showing in the table is the transboundary flows that have occurred through the various years. And I think we've seen definitely the reasons behind the peaks and the increases in 22, 23, 24 with the breaks and the hurricane and such. But what we're trying to show here is, obviously the ultimate intent is to be able to have zero dry season flows. And we think it is achievable because we're seeing improvement in the communication. And if Mexico can maximize the PVC pumping capacity, in addition with our 35 right now, our 35 MGD capacity increase, then or 10 MGD increase, we have that capability. And we've seen periods in there where if everything is operating, we see the flows in the river going down. So we think that is going to be achievable, can be achievable, and we're working and closely have that coordination with Mexico. And we have a picture there that kind of shows the river that was taken on 624 and kind of the ultimate of what we're kind of looking at. It needs to look dry. That's what we're trying to get to that and what we're trying to show here. What are the requirements is, our influent action levels and source control and the status. And what we're seeing is random influent action levels with infrequent non-recurrent exceedances only, really, and no impact to effluent limitations. And what we're looking at is, as we review the BOD, the biochemical oxygen demand, we're seeing lower concentrations are being seen. But there was no correlation or impact to the plant. Some correlation, the BOD, is when PVC has turned, there's a dilution effect. When it's on, it goes down. When it's off, and then it comes up. So we're seeing that correlation that's going on. And influent in general did not change. But what we are seeing is continued increases in sediment, rocks, trash, debris, silt, which is our source control issues that we have. Dealing with sediment, rocks, debris, and the influent that's coming in. That's impacting us in the plant. That impacts influent sample lines that cause false exceedances, trash coming in that block the sensors that give us false readings. We're seeing, again, the increase in the amount of material getting into the grit chamber that requires multiple cleanings outside of our normal frequency, damage to bar screens because the amount of material coming through, and sources of flows that are coming through, like the picture there in the lower right-hand middle section, the big black plume coming through. So, well, where's this coming from? It doesn't look normal to sewage flows. And then working with Mexico is trying to determine where it's at, because it's obvious because of the color. It's been in the system for quite a while, and somehow it's coming into our system, and we're trying to figure out what is that and working that coordination with that. And that's part of our responses. We've enlarged the influent sample location. We've increased we've rehabbed our grit facility. We're increasing the maintenance and requirements for cleaning on the grit facility. We've done emergency repairs. We had replacement bar screens. We've rebuilt bar screens with more robust material, and we continue that coordination with Mexico on the investigation of what's coming through to try to make sure it doesn't impact our plant. And tying into kind of the successes that we've seen and what Emily was talking about, and ma'am, you're mentioning the absolute importance of communication with Mexico, coordination with Mexico. We've had some successful emergency response here recently in May and June with the breaks that we've seen, where we've had real-time coordination, monitoring, getting data, sharing it. Responses are aligned within hours of the notification of we're getting breaks. Being instrumental and working with Mexico and having the base position, transboundary flows are not acceptable. We need to work with them, and they need to work with us on trying to handle those before it comes to us. And we're seeing a much better collaboration notification effort. We're able to capture those flows for treatment. We prevented dry weather transboundary flows at the canyon collectors because of that response and that monitor and aligning our responses to make sure we're working jointly and we're seeing what they're doing, what are the impacts, and where we would have to respond. For example, our rapid response at South Bay, where we went to the plant, and it's a picture up there with a Vactor truck at the headworks, putting it in place so we can start making sure it doesn't impact the plant operation and taking those spills before they actually go as a transboundary fill. working with Mexico to prioritize, get crews out there when these breaks happen as soon as possible. We get the notification. The next thing we're asking is, okay, when are you going to get there? How are they going to get out there? And they've actually did a very good job of getting out there. We'll show the pictures there in the lower right-hand corner where it's the old failed pipe. And then you see the new pipe in place. And they were able to do that, get it repaired without us having a transboundary flow in it. And part of that whole process then gives us durable fixes that we continue to advance. Unfortunately, they keep coming up, but as long as we have that coordination in the work and we stay aligned, we can mitigate transboundary flows coming through. Parallel gravity lines is estimated to be completed in August. So continuing to work there. And as these repairs come in, they give us the ability to try to reduce the risk for future breaks, which is very good. So the end result is we're having effective collaboration and need to continue to have that effective collaboration and notification for expedited repairs. And the underlying infrastructure, as they're making it, it's becoming more resilient, which is going to help us in the future. State of the Ocean report. This report actually, being prepared by City of San Diego, and it's the assessment, the biennial assessment under the South Bay Ocean Outfall Monitoring Program, covering South Bay Plant, the South Bay Water Reclamation Plant, and Point Loma. And what we're seeing there, and what we'll see out of the report, the coastal conditions, the key indicators are showing that we're within historical range and typical seasonal patterns. Water quality compliance shows that the discharge has minimal effect. What we do see is elevated bacteria is tied to the runoff and in the river on the outflows. It's not the outfall itself that is impacting. It's what's being delivered in the river. And the regional benthic conditions were showing that there's no indication of degradation due to the outfall discharges. Contaminants and marine fishes, those values are within typical ranges for Southern California. No patterns attributed to the discharge that we're putting out. Bottom line, the ocean monitoring program results indicate that Point Loma, South Bay ocean outfalls generally remain in compliance with regulatory objectives. The report is scheduled to be submitted July 1st to the board. As we get into the state of Tijuana River, as a board is aware, we have the Tijuana River monitoring plan. It was added so that we study the flows through the canyon collectors and want to make sure that we try to figure out what the impacts are to the Tijuana River, estuary, and the Pacific Ocean. With the intent of the monitoring program, answering questions, what are the pathogens and indicator bacteria that we're seeing? What are toxic pollutants, sediment binding that we're seeing in the Tijuana River Valley, trash composition, flow travel, and beach impacts, obviously. So what we did in 2025 is we awarded the contract to EGC Aegis to do the monitoring with us or for us and provide those results. And just as an overview for the sampling locations and what we're kind of seeing there, I'll turn it over to Dr. Anaya so he can explain the monitoring locations and the paths.
So the goal of the program is to have an upstream and downstream station in between the canyon collectors. So when there is an event, these are event-based sampling that we're going to do for the canyons, either during a dry weather event or a wet weather event. So at the same time, we would be collecting the water quality samples from the river, as well as the canyon that is having that event, if one or all of them, just so that we could look at the volume of the canyon discharges, where they end up, and if they make it all the way, if they stay by the canyon collector, or if they actually migrate all the way down to the mouth of the river. So this is just shows you the initial TRV2, TRV3, and 4. Those actually either go to the international plant, or the discharge location is actually at Stewart's Drain. There are some culverts. So there's Stewart's Drain, and then there's a culverts that actually tie in on the downstream side with Stewart's, and then end up in the Tijuana River. So if there is a spill, that's the path they would follow through Stewart's and into the river. Goat Canyon and Smuggler's Gulch, you can see in the blue lines, Smuggler's Gulch has a direct line to the river, or it also, on lower flow conditions, there's another side channel that it typically takes, and it makes its way, it meets up with the Goat Canyon and then to the mouth. The river flows typically stay centralized or go into the upper channel. This is a braided system. And what we are seeing, because we've been having flows in the river in the pilot channel as they leave the flood control project and cross Dairy Mart Bridge, there is the braiding that starts there. It flows north, it flows through the middle, and then it kind of combines and then separates again, with, I think, bulk of the flow going northward over as it gets towards Saturn Boulevard and continues and meets the other flows. The center channel does continue. There is flow there as well. This makes it difficult to quantify the flow, the traditional fade and transport of these, because tracking the flow through that part of that heavily vegetated part of the river is difficult. But that's one of the things that we have pending as part of the project, is to kind of correlate not only the event, the water quality, the sediment quality, but also where does it end up? Does it make it, several hundred feet, or does it make it all the way to the ocean, and how much was that volume? So this kind of sets this is the setting on what we're looking at. 2025 was the first year we actually started collecting the data. With issues that happened with the contract, we had to take a step back, resolicit the contract for the work. I think we have it on the next slide, but this is kind of just what we're looking at right now. Okay. This slide shows you the list of the locations and the frequency. TRV1, which is the most upstream site at Dairy Mart Bridge, the goal was to collect weekly samples for bacteria, which we accomplished. We had one of the elements, this was one of the problem elements, because the concentration was so high and the method that was being used that was not being diluted enough, where we could actually get the actual reading instead of a greater than value. So it ended up at the limit. It was useful, but it wasn't as useful as it could be as far as the information, as the actual concentration of bacteria that we were seeing. The other parameters were either quarterly, annually, or event-driven. So that's kind of what the table explains. In 25, we collected 3/4 of data. We had to cancel the contract. We renewed it this year in April to a company called I2I Solutions. They have a group, the laboratory and subcontracting that is local, so that they're going to be available for the dry weather events and for the wet weather events. That was the thing that was missing, that quick response and being able to get out there. Currently, we're reviewing the quality assurance project plan. So I've already taken a look at it. That was submitted to the regional board for their review, and we're hopefully will wrap up our reviews this week, so we can send those back to the contractor so that they can update the document and hopefully get it ready for approval, so that we can start scheduling those sampling events as soon as possible. So that's where we are as far as the reestablishing what we had started in 2025. Yes, Dr. Wilson.
So I'd like to know, have you done or are you doing asset management, repair and replacement? Because your operational costs, given what I'm seeing, are going to be far more than a normal wastewater treatment plant would be. So are those getting incorporated so that you have an appropriate budget?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what is the increase in your budget that you've seen to date?
So with our resource and asset management plan, we are currently developing our asset management plan. So we are in the process, and we've already done our site inspection of identifying all our assets within the plant and putting it into our database. The next step we're doing is getting the actual software that'll help us to be able to use that, so that so the contractor is actually responsible for the asset management at this point, and that data that he has to identify what our assets and the condition of our assets and so forth, and when replacements are due. That's part of the process that's going to be delivered to us. As soon as we build up the entire program, then that's where we'll start then really being able to have a better handle than we've had in the past. So we're
Right.
currently under that right now.
And what's your timeline on that?
We have, right now, we're in the process of soliciting the software. The team is out going to the sites, to all our respective sites, including South Bay, to continue with the assessments. So we're hoping to get that in this fiscal year, get it awarded, and then get it in operations.
So are you hiring a consultant to do that for you, or are you doing that in-house?
We will be doing that. We had a consultant help us develop the program, help us identify the requirements of the software that we need for IBWC. Then we will then take that and be managing the assets internally.
And do you have staff online that are present that will be able to run that software?
We do. We set up a staff. We're still having to hire people to come in, but we do have the outline for our staff. They're the ones that have been responsible for coordinating and developing the program at this point.
It's very important that we understand your timeline, because the situations that you're dealing with are very difficult.
Yes, ma'am.
And your costs are going to be far greater than what would be anticipated in a normal operating plant.
Mhm.
And I want to make sure that you get the revenue that you need to be able to fulfill your obligation.
Yes, ma'am. We totally agree. And Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner Fry, Commissioner McIntosh, have been actively putting that information out at Washington levels to try to make sure that we do get that funding in place that we're going to need, because we don't want to be in a position where we're upgrading our plant and then we go right back down. We have to maintain this, and that we're continually saying what that story is and what our requirements are, and that information is being put out to make sure that we can get that as we continue on with our process of the rehabilitation expansion. Yes, ma'am.
And therefore, I noticed that in the amount treated, you've met 35 million gallons once or something. And so is there not flow? What's happening? Why is the flow? You're able to treat 35 million.
Yes, ma'am.
10 at advanced primary and 25 at secondary. So when that flow level isn't met, what does that mean? When you're below, you don't need that flow, you don't need the extra flow, or what?
Most of that is a condition on the fact that there are issues on the Mexican side where they're not able to send the flow to us because there's failures, the pumps are going down, electrical conditions, and we're able to receive it, and it's more of the delivery on the Mexican side to get us that flow. And I think Emily or Gilbert can provide more.
I think you're asking whether or not we're treating.
Well, you're treating what you're treating, but I'm asking, the plant is designed for 35. I was under the understanding it would operate at 35. It's not operating all the time at 35, so I'm asking the reason why.
So it's whether or not the flow's coming. So you're correct. It's
So when the flows are not coming, does that mean they're going in the river? Where?
Yes. So the answer to that is yes. The reason that the flow is not coming is when PB Sealer is offline. So when PB Sealer is online, we're taking the
So the
flow
vast
cycle.
majority of the time, it appears to be offline.
It's not. So as you recall, that PB Sealer came online April 6th.
Yeah, can
and
you
it
go
was-
back to that slide then?
Oh, which slide?
It's the flow you're treating. It's a table.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Here it is.
Oh, I think the one before,
Oh.
the compliance one.
Yeah, this, yeah,
So
so,
start of April, we started treating for 35. What you see here is 31.29. So in the beginning, first few days, because PB was offline, we're not taking on that. So that the monthly average, this is the monthly average.
So all of May, you treated 31 point. Is that,
That's
is that
April.
MGD? Is that daily?
April, that's
Oh, I'm
monthly
sorry,
average.
April, I'm reading wrong.
We do not have May's
No,
report
you
yet.
wouldn't have May. We're through. So we are through, but. So
Yeah, the
that
month
you
of May
treated-
actually was 34.87.
And I thought, so it came online, it was supposed to come online in August, the 10 million primary.
Correct.
And then in the dry weather flows, September, October, you sort of saw that, but then in December, no.
So the PB Sealer went offline November 14th or 15th. I can't remember that date. So you saw that November data is 30 point, I can't see, 85. What you see September and October, that is ramping up of a 35. So we gradually coming up. We started with 30 and then went to 35 as of October. So that's why you see the number of 29. Then November, we started treating the 35, and then when the wet weather event started, PB Sealer went offline in November. So that.
And is it supposed to go offline during wet flows?
So when the rain, so same as situation of our pump stations, that is a pump station. So the pump station has to go offline when the rain hit.
And so how many months is it offline for?
It was offline since November. So because November rain and then followed by December's rain, then January, February, then March. So then gradually, when the flow goes down to a certain level, PB Sealer was able to come back online. So they had to clean up the inlet before they can physically turn on the pump station.
So even though we're not seeing much precipitation, I mean, this was a relatively dry year in February, and higher or further east, you say that you're seeing more rain events, so it's coming down the river. Is that what's occurring?
That's correct. So what happens that the heavy rain hit November, then December and January, those 3 rains back to back, the watershed just filled with the water coming down towards us, and then it's slowly draining out. So what happened is that PB Sealer cannot come back online until the flow reduced to a safe level for the staff or contractor to enter into the river, start to clean.
So where really is the I mean, they say now they're going to increase the treatment plant to 50 million gallons a day of secondary treatment. So where is the problem? Is the problem that this PB Sealer has issues, and if it has issues, then your plant doesn't get the flow?
So it's not PB Sealer's having issues. PB Sealer has to turn off during the rain.
No, I get the rain.
Yeah,
But we have a lot of other months that aren't rain months.
Right. So what happened is that the river still carries that storm water. The storm water has to reduce to a certain level to allow the PB Sealer to come online. So that's why we have to
And then where
wait.
is the sewage going when PB Sealer is not online?
Down gradient.
Well, that's what I want to hear them say.
Right.
I want to hear it said.
Yes.
It goes to the ocean.
Goes to the
Then subsequently, the beaches are closed.
Right.
All right. So how is everyone approaching this issue? Because I don't see how this issue is getting solved. I mean, it's not, your report is fine. I'm just asking an additional question.
So I can answer that, Dr. Olson, going back to the slide where I was going to talk about water quality, but so there were other issues that were going on, but it's imperative that PB Sealer is operational. PB1, which has been hindered for many years because
Right,
it
but I
has-
thought it was repaired now.
No, PB1 is about to start major rehab. They actually have awarded, they had a groundbreaking or ribbon cutting ceremony about a month ago. So they were going to rehab both of the pump stations, 1A and 1B, to restore capacity and fix all the components of those pumping plants. It's critical that that PB1 has the capacity to pump all of the flow that PB Sealer sends it. Right now, PB Sealer has to, the utility, Cespete, coordinates PB Sealer and PB1 pumping. So at high flow, where PB1 cannot handle the flow coming to from PB-CELA and from the wastewater collection system, they report back to PB-CELA saying, well, you have to ramp down because you're going to overflow PB1.
So
And
PB1 is the gate that goes up, is that, or is it a pump?
it is a pumping station. Yeah. So it has to pump that flow to the coast. Otherwise,
So, all right, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to move us through. So when are those pumps, are they ordered? How big are they? How long is it going to take? I mean, some pumps have 2-year lead time and.
so the project is a 21-month project for the full rehab of the PB1, which is the 2 plants. That clock started last month. So they anticipate late 2027, roughly, that they'll have that plant rehabbed.
Okay, so that's late 2027. So we should expect flows to be going through the river, reaching the beach areas until late 2027.
So we're trying to reduce that flow as much as possible by taking in the extra 10 MGD at the plant. So if we're reducing the amount of flow that goes to PB-CELA by 10 MGD. So
So
they
you
can,
divert that through other pipes.
no, that'll come to our plant, to the international plant.
Well, how does it get there?
Because the collection system
All right, so you
meets
actually have a
at
pipe
PB1.
collection system
It's a
that
pipe,
directs
yeah.
it.
So that pipe comes to the border to right next to PB1. It could either go to PB1 or come to the international plant. So we told them, send 10 extra to the plant so you have more capacity at PB1, so you can run the pumps at PB-CELA longer. So that average flow, right now it's averaging about 8 to 9 MGD. We still can't get down lower than that because PB1, there's work being done downstream of PB1, the parallel line project. That is an ongoing project, will be done around August. Once they repair that, then they'll be able to turn on an additional pump at PB1A so that they can pump more, PB-CELA can stay online, and the international plant will take that full 35 MGD per day.
So by late 2027, we would expect that the pipes for the Mexican side, including the parallel gravity pipes, are all working, and therefore extra flow will be going to your plant. Is that correct?
So extra flow will be going to the coast.
So only in wet periods would we expect there to be flow in the river?
Yes. PB-CELA will be turned off if it's a storm event, and there'll be flow in the river. Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so therefore you anticipate your total monthly flows to be in what range? The 21 million gallons or the 31 million?
35.
Do you think it'll go up to 35?
We're currently treating right at 35 today or yesterday. 36 MGD, Emily says.
So in May, you started reaching the 35? Okay,
We
well,
actually
that's
had
encouraging.
right, well, we're right there. We're 35, 36. So we were going to continue to operate in that mode at 35 MGD. When that break, we talked about that recent collector break. I think you saw the picture.
And Mexico is very good at contacting you as soon as they have a break.
Yes, we've been working on that coordination with them. This particular example that just happened where they replaced the pipe, we were actually taking more flow up to 42 MGD because all of that flow from the collection system was essentially coming to the international plant to help them alleviate, because they had to keep PB1B empty in order to have people in there working to
repair it.
To repair it, remove the pipe, put in new pipe. So during that time period, there was very close. There was maybe
And
even
can your plant handle 42 million gallons a day? I mean, what, Does it damage the plant?
It can handle intermittent higher levels. Hydraulically, yes. Treatment, it starts impacting treatment if we stay at that level that much for a long period of time. But we did that in order to ensure that we were receiving as much flow that we could. So it wasn't, we were also expecting additional flow to the canyon collectors because their lift stations in the canyons were also shut off. And so that flow was coming to our canyon collectors, but our canyon collectors had enough capacity to capture that. So there were no spills from the canyons at that time. So there was this very coordinated event, and again, the only flow was in the river. That's where the flow was. That what we couldn't capture was in the river. So.
All right, well, I think, obviously you have a pretty hard task. I mean, there are a lot of unknowns that keep happening depending upon what occurs. I do think it's very important, your asset study, because how you operate, those budgets are so important to you to be able to be efficient. And they need to be supplied to you. I just had one other little minor thing. When you put in manhole covers, do you see infiltration during rain events, or have they not been in during rain events?
Yes, we do.
But the infiltration is not enough to affect the plant.
We get more flow, and we also get more silt and sediment during those events.
Through the manhole covers, or just more flow through the manhole covers?
Through both. The inflow infiltration, there is some open manholes that ends up at our plant during those high storm events. So we do see that higher volume of flow, and then we get that slug of sediment and silt into the plant as well.
Okay, well, I want to compliment you on, it seems like you're really trying, and we greatly appreciate that. But Imperial Beach and other beaches stay closed, which affects the community economically and produces innumerable hardships, let alone the intermittent odors, which may have health effects that come along with it. So I commend your effort, but, we want to be the best we can be. So I'm hoping that we'll obtain that by late 2027. Thank you.
I don't want to prolong this, but every time we get into these numbers, I get confused. So I'm going to basically PB1 and PB2 are going to be offline for most of the next 2 years. Give or take.
So no, they are supposed to be online. The work schedule is they have to be online because they can't just stop operating. That'll cause issues. So,
but they're being refurbished.
They're being refurbished. A lot of them, the pumps will be replaced. So what they'll do is they'll replace, keep some running available so that they can continue to pump to the coast. We will take 35 MGD, they'll replace, and then they'll put the new ones online, get them running, and then continue the repairs.
So in that instance, you are actually diverting from those pumps. The pumps are designed to take it over the coast. If they can't pump, you take as much of that overflow as you can. But if they shut down PB Sela because the pumps aren't, or the pipe breaks, whatever, like just happened, do you still get your 35 million gallons a day, even if PB Sela is shut down?
Yes, we could. PB Sela is just, there's two main flows. PB Sela is approximately in dry weather, 35 MGD.
Yeah.
The collection system has about anywhere from 40 to 45 MGD on any given day. Okay. So if PB Sela is off, then it's addressing the 40 MGD that's in the collection system. And we will take 35 of that, and they'll be left with 5 so that even with just one of their pumps at PB1,
PB1 can take that on over.
They can take it to the coast.
So with all of this change, why when I go down and stand there at what I call the stink pot there at Saturn Drive, is the flow going through the river not changed significantly, at least visually? Everything you're talking about, that hasn't seemed to affect the river flow. Is that-
Because of the issues they've been having, the rupture while they were working on the parallel lines was one. PB1 had issues. We were also repairing or completing the construction of JB1. So we were actually bypassing wastewater around our collector, which was a giant task.
Yeah.
And so we couldn't take 35. We were at 25 or less at that time.
Okay, so now we're right on the point where I want to be. If PB1, PB2, PB Sela all worked as advertised, the pipes were open, you were taking 35 million gallons a day, how much would be flowing through the river over or under Saturn Road?
So the goal was to get to about 2 MGD during the day on low flow. We would block the river. That flow would then be collected by Mexico and put into the PB Sela intake, and we would not have flow crossing. So we would get to that zero flow condition if we had those
If everything was
pumps running.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, that's good.
Yeah.
Wait to see it.
Yes, so do we.
And
Thank you.
when do you expect that to be?
So once they fix the parallel lines, that's one thing in August. PB1 still has the capacity to run 4 pumps. So if PB Sela will pump 35 MGD to PB1, we will take 35. That's where we get to that condition where we can berm the river and then take anything left over and put it into the system during the day, during the low flow condition. So right now, we're hearing from Mexico that they will be done in August. So that is now the target to get to that zero flow. But between now and then, right now we're at about 8 to 9 MGD. We're hoping we can get them to, depending on the work, they do have a bypass available. If they can run the bypass, we might be able to get 4 pumps running and reduce that flow even more right now to address that issue that you're stating. Yeah, we understand that, and we see that those monitors every day. I look at it every morning when I turn on my computer. What's the H2S level at that time or for the previous day?
So one remaining question, which I don't think anybody has an answer for, is why the flows go up so much at night.
That is the high.
I don't think anybody knows the answer.
Nobody knows, but
they
we
should know.
see it every day.
They
It's
should
just
know.
it's the high flow, the diurnal pattern to our plant for wastewater. That's when we get the high flow. In Tijuana, that is also the same time they're getting high flow in the river. We do have when we talk about minute 333, there is a study for flow that we're going to look at with Mexico because that's an ongoing question that we have as well.
And then I would hope that also includes not just flow, but toxicity. Is there some big industrial input that's coming in at night that has other than typical sewer flow? Do that study look at the toxicity levels to some extent besides just the flow?
We have looked at them. So we have not seen those slugs of toxic chemicals in our data collection activities. We have a good example with our influent. So we sample our influent on a daily basis. We do not see the heavy metals or organics, chemicals of concern that are atypical of the influent. So we see what comes in all the time. Our sampler collects every hour, so even at night. So we are confident that there's not a rogue industry in Tijuana that's dumping, but we are going to pursue it. There's another slide that talks about we're trying to establish a program to talk about just the wastewater pretreatment, how they how they maintain surveillance and how they look at their industries. We do have to have that conversation with them because we do on occasion see zinc, for example, elevated level of zinc in the influent. Where did that zinc come from? That is why we have those influent action levels that it's a trigger to say, hey, you might want to look at this, and that we can take to Mexico and say, what companies do, what commercial industry uses zinc? We'd like to know where are they located and what are their discharge requirements. Just to have that conversation to let them know that these things could potentially impact us at some point. And we have good examples in other areas like in Nogales where we do have a heavy metals issue. But through the pretreatment program, we were able to have a dialogue, talk to the industry, and actually there's a couple of solutions underway to get control of those heavy metals that they discharge, and not to do it the way they're doing it, but actually have a pretreatment component as part of their process, not our process.
Well, I'm sorry for distracting you away from your slides. I'll let you
That's
go.
okay. That's why we're here. So water quality, from the limited data that we have for the river itself, TRV1, we all know, we've been discussing it. It's the wastewater component that is impacting the water quality. We see it in the data. We also see that it actually does attenuate to a certain extent by the time it gets to the mouth of the river. And I put here as an example of ammonia. Ammonia, we've detected it at about 50 parts per million at TRV1, which is at dairy marked. And when it gets to the mouth of the river, it's down to the non-detect level. That's just a function. The bacteria keep working and they convert ammonia to nitrate, and that's what they do. So there is some attenuation of that wastewater component. Some of the other elements, like the heavy metals, that we do see approximately the same concentration as we see in the influent. So we know that there's that waste, again, that just kind of confirms it's wastewater. Metals tends also to bind to the solids, and so the sediment or the solids are also depositing on their way downstream. And so we did, the sediment results that we showed, or that we got, do show that there is some metals in sediment, but they're not accumulating above regulatory limits. We think because what's happening is when you have the rainy season and the storm events, you get a flushing of the sediment as well. So it's maintaining so the signature of wastewater stays there, but it is migrating off and into the ocean eventually. We do see some metals concentrations in the canyons as well. They're lower than the river, but that's to be expected because you don't get as much flow. So there's less loadings to the canyons compared to the river. We have limited data in the canyons, so we're going to continue to look at that, and we'll provide, by permit, we will be providing these quarterly reports as we get the information, and we'll summarize it to show if that correlation does continue or if there's something else.
So you say you have ammonia and it gets oxidized to nitrate, but you still have your nitrogen in it. So on a total basis, does it really change? Are you saying it precipitates out? I mean, N would be N. I don't.
Yeah, you end up with total nitrogen, but you have it in primarily in
form.
nitrate, in another form, which is not as bad as ammonia, but you also still have to nitrate depending on the use. In the ocean, nitrate will continue to dissipate and dilute. If it
But
was
it's
going
still
to,
gross stimulatory, right?
it actually could potentially affect, or in terms of the flora in the ocean, the nitrogen. Having too much total nitrogen is detrimental, but we're not, algae and other effects. So We are monitoring nitrogen, we're monitoring nitrogen in the river, but we also monitor nitrogen in our outfall, our ocean outfall. So we do have information from our effluent monitoring side that just normal processes for the wastewater, the conversion of ammonia to nitrogen species, does that pose a threat to the water quality in terms of supporting the California Ocean Plan and standards? Right now, it's not, but we are monitoring it because there is a concern overall for total nitrogen buildup in South Bay.
So you do have limit or standards on effluent,
Yes.
but the river or what never gets to your plant to treat just goes out.
That's correct. Yeah.
That's fine.
That's the reason for these Mexican side projects, so that they remove that wastewater component, so you don't have a nitrogen loading issue in the river.
Well, we're hoping for their success also, which I haven't seen. I mean, it seems like it's a slow slog.
Those projects also are due around August as well. So what they call the river gates are supposed to remove about 5 MGD of renegade waste that's going into the river on a daily basis.
So we're dark in August. Can we find out, can we see something in September that lets us know whether or not this has been actually working? Great, thank you.
And this is just the sediment component. We had a lot of non-detects of all the different types of parameters that we analyzed for. We did get, again, similar to wastewater and to our influent. We saw some metals, we saw some organics, but again, there wasn't an accumulation or what we would consider a concern other than it was detected. We are just going to continue that. This is just one data set that we were able to collect. So hopefully, as we collect more information, we'll be able to provide a better assessment.
So you're not seeing PCBs?
No, I don't remember all of the so I can give you the.
PFOA on the.
We did not test, I don't believe, for PFAS, but I can get you the complete list of what we did.
You can bring a little summary in September.
I will. I'll get that for you. That's sure. Yeah. So I think we've already talked about the conclusions as far as the TRV1 and just the overall influence of wastewater to the river. The canyons are. Emily showed the slide where we didn't, of the spills that we had, they did not make it to the river. So we do have some additional data from the operational side. When there is a spill, they did go out there and collect some samples, and those are reported under the SMR reports. So that information gets sent separately from the TRVMP data set. But all that information is available and uploaded as well. I'd like to kind of switch over to those Minute 328 projects. We do meet monthly with EPA and the National Water Commission of Mexico. I'm sorry, this one more topic under the permit. Let me do that one first, and then we'll go to the Mexican side. So this is one item that was pending, the permit that we had not started. Since our last meeting when I was here in April, this was a commitment. We did reach out to the Mexican section and told them that we wanted to have a meeting specifically to address pretreatment, the source control, transboundary issues, and they agreed. So we're just working on getting a final date. Based on the requirements under the permit, as far as providing notice, submitting an agenda, 30-day notice, getting feedback from stakeholders that are invited, it's going to take us a little bit of time to get it on the calendar. Originally, I told Riley we were going to shoot for July, but even July right now might be a little, we might run short on time. So we're kind of targeting, I would say the fall, but as soon as we get it on the calendar, that's when we're going to go. I'm not going to say I'm going to wait until the end of fall to schedule a meeting. I'm going to schedule it as soon as possible. It's just a little bit, this is the first time and doing it under the process, followed through the permit as far as the requirements, but we'll get the notices out and we'll get the meeting on the calendar as soon as possible. This is that missing piece that we haven't been able to discuss with Mexico as we do in other areas on the border where we just focus on pretreatment. We talk about those spills that had occurred and, you know, how could we improve on it? So it just gives us another opportunity to have that discussion. And maybe if there is an issue, we can also start talking about a solution. I did talk to people at the conference, just attended on the IEC conference, where they said they're willing to provide us support because a lot of the industry sector in San Diego also does work in Tijuana, and that would be a good resource. So we're looking on how that they would be able to fit in to maybe help us with the dialogue with industry partners in Tijuana, because they already have that linkage with them. If they probably even own companies over there as well. So that's kind of what the goal is under this biannual technical meeting. We will get them started this year, and then it'll become a recurring event at least twice a year.
Is this the one that involves the public? You asked last
No,
the public one.
That's another one. Yeah.
Oh, so that was my question, actually, is I wanted to see.
Yes, we have a slide for you.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
All righty.
Okay, thank you, Gilbert. So giving a quick update on the South Bay expansion, the expansion continues to advance, the rehab and expansion. And the upper picture, and I think we've seen variations of this, but it shows in blue everything that we're touching on the plant and how much of an expansion and rehabilitation that we're doing. We have the headworks, we have the ASTs, PSTs, ASTs, SSTs, new solids handling and odor control coming through there. So we're going to be touching everything on the plant, and we're continuing with our design process to get that to completion. And we've advanced several construction projects and packages that have come out for grit, concrete, site work, long lead equipment. So we've awarded here in the last month, almost $40 million worth for construction packages to start. So the contractors beginning the process of getting their submittals in place so we can actually start seeing the physical work coming up. So that's actively moving quickly now. And then we do have plans to continue on and awarding additional construction packages that are coming on that we've already received some of the proposals in that we're trying to finalize, get those out so we can get the packages moving and get the construction going. We are looking at a phase construction to continue to get our and try to advance as much as we can on the primary treatment side and ahead of our secondary, because that's where our biggest issue are the headworks. And trying to get those moving as fast as possible. And at the same time, making sure that we continue with our 35 MGD capacity and keeping that operating to try to help us with the transboundary flows that we're looking and trying to control through the whole process. And this is our community roundtable.
Before we go there, which I'm very excited about and can hardly wait, I want to ask you about financing. So you just let $40 million worth of contracts. So I'm assuming you have the money for $40 million. Used to sound like a lot of money, now not so much. For your additional packages that you were referring to, do you have that money
Yes,
allocated?
to make sure we get them out, the packages that we have identified for this year. That's what we can do.
And for this fiscal year?
And we're anticipating our funding for 27 as well. So yes, we're on board and on track. And Commissioner is continually actively search for solutions and how we can advance the timelines to advance our funding, everything that we need to make sure that we're fully ready to go and continue to go.
So that's very exciting. We've heard that a lot, but I want to kind of understand really how much money is committed. So like how much money do you have right now allocated
Right now, what we have for FY '26 is $543 million
Okay, for this fiscal
for the
year.
estimate.
Next fiscal year, how
We
much?
have not received an approved budget, so I don't know
Right,
what that
but
final number is. But
There
we're-
must be a working number that you're
It's,
working on.
it's good, 200 million more or something like that. So we're anticipating funding coming in, but we haven't gotten anything approved yet to say, yes, that this is
Right.
what our funding is going to be.
Okay, and what do you expect your budget to be to get to the 50 million MGD? The full secondary?
800 total, 900. It was originally 600, and I think it's pushing the 800, 900.
That sounds low to me, but from what we're hearing with other people coming in with bids, but you think you can do it?
We think, yes, ma'am. Yep.
Okay, I'd like to see updates on that as you move through that process.
Mhm.
I don't want to be caught short again.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Before we run to this next slide, which is of interest to all of us, I just want to make a statement. I suspect that you're getting a lot of pressure and input on the schedule to get to the 50 million, so the politicians and whatever can say we did it.
And that-
I'm just going to go on record of saying meeting a set schedule is maintaining the capacity to meet the effluent standards at that 50 million is every bit as important as the day in which you reach it. Okay? We don't want to be taking shortcuts to get to that date so that all the politicos can stand up and say, yay, we did it, and then have to shut down a month later because we took some shortcuts in the process. So that's just, I want to state that.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir. Okay, next item is we do have a community roundtable that is still in the planning works for stakeholder meeting with area leadership, stakeholders, and public participation. Right now, it's scheduled for mid-July. We're trying to tie that date down. We've had several days that we had dates and it gets shut down for whatever reasons that we can't identify the date now, but we're looking at mid-July, somewhere within 13th to 17th if we can. And here, as soon as we get that date tied down, it's still being coordinated with Commissioner McIntosh and EPA and how we're going to do that, as well as the final format. Because I think that's going to be important for everybody to know is what is that format going to look like. So we're still putting all these pieces together. But at this point, we do have a tentative date set for July, which is what we were hoping at least to give you either a perfect date or at least a tentative date of what we're shooting for. And that's where we're at this point.
You can tell us, share with us a little bit more about what you're thinking in terms of the format?
I don't have those details, but it is in the format that we're looking at as a round table versus what we originally had, like a citizen forum open to. It's more bringing it in and consolidating how we actually get the information out with stakeholders, leadership, and making sure there's a public aspect associated with it so that we are giving the information and have a public opportunity to engage with us as well. So I don't have those particulars yet because they're still being worked out through our PAO office with Commissioner. So as soon as we get those, we'll be able to provide, say, this is the format and agenda that we'll be looking for or anticipate having.
Invitation only with a relatively narrow definition of stakeholders, I think that misses the goal. What we need is a place where the community, all the people who are affected, not the people who have a stake exactly, but the people who are affected in the community have an opportunity to come and voice their concerns and hear answers, responses from informed people as to, where their how their concerns are going to be addressed. So I think we would fall short if it were something narrower than there will be a public meeting at this large venue where anybody who has concerns because they breathe the air and they smell it and that it's affecting them and their kids can come. If it's only the bigwigs or invitation only or 2 reporters or whatever, that to me will be a failure. You probably need to do those things too, but that's not what I'm getting at. I'm getting at something for the people of the community, the members of the community who are primarily affected,
Yes, ma'am.
who live there. They don't live someplace else. They live there. Those are the people I'm concerned about.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to your point, Celeste, I just saw a survey that's on, Dave probably knows the name of the website. I don't recall the name of the website right now, which was querying those exact people. And so maybe through that website would be a good way to get the people who are really most concerned, because they'll be the ones that are filling out the survey forms.
Okay. Here, I'll turn it over to Gilbert so he can kind of finish his thought on the minute 328 and minute 333 progress that we've done.
This slide just shows the projects that will be either have started in 26 or will start later in the year. As you can see, starting with the parallel gravity line work, the river gates, those will be, so the river gates is 2 phases. The EPA funded portion will be just getting started, so it won't be done until later in the year. But the ones from Mexico will be done. We're looking at any time now. The first components of those will be completed. PB1 rehab, that one is started. They're also working on that backup generator solution for them so that they don't have issues with failures, energy failures, and that causes problems with flooding. And then some of the other projects that are also just part of the minute that will also be going through procurement and getting those started. So this is really once these start getting completed is when we're gonna get more reliability on the Mexican side as far as the collection system components that support transboundary flows either through the treatment process or preventing them from getting into the river or the canyons. These have to be completed in order to what we had committed to with EPA of getting that solution for the river and for the ocean, reducing or improving the water quality. They have to be completed in order for us to do that. So we track this on a monthly basis. I believe we have a meeting coming up this week or next week with EPA so that we can get an update from Mexico on the progress from works that are being done at this time. So that offers us a venue with them so that we can ask questions if we see something that doesn't look right. But it's really for them to give us that update as to how much progress they've done on a monthly basis. One project that wasn't on the radar, that's not part of the minute 328, the effluent relocation, that's the first phase where they're actually doing putting the pipe in place so that's going to remove the effluent from La Morita and Arturo Herrera. That'll free up another 10 MGD from the river. So that'll give us, again, reduce that amount of flow that gets to the border and would have to be pumped by PBCLA. So that's another one that is going to reset the baseline on flows in the river. As we're working on 328, we're also started the minute 333 work groups. So we've been working on those. These are projects that are going to support the efforts that we're doing. We're exploring different options from the whether or not to build an ocean outfall for San Antonio de los Buenos to more concrete studies like the scope of work for a new master plan for Tijuana, a mass balance. We're also doing water quality exchanges with them. So all of this information, we've got small groups of agencies that are primarily working with Mexico, like EPA, North American Development Bank, and working with our counterparts so that we can develop these scopes, fund them, and get that information that we're going to need for the next phase. Once 328 is done, the work's not done yet. These are going to be additional aspects to improve what we're doing. For example, one of them was the completion of the sediment basin at Smuggler's Gulch by Sedena, their national defense agency that built the basin, and it's already has come into play a couple of times this year. But that's just the start. We're also going to have a workshop with them on best management controls for doing projects to ensure they implement erosion control and they don't put us in a position where a couple of years back when they started the highway project and we just got that huge slug of rock and sediment because there was just a clear cutting of the canyon and everything flowed once the rain started. So that's just one where we want to fix and so that doesn't happen again. We also have work, Chairman Strawn, you mentioned how to improve things. What we want to do is establish an O&M program for them that we have money. So when you do a project, you just don't walk away after that. You have an O&M plan so that you maintain the infrastructure long-term. So NatBank is actually working on that with EPA and IBWC. We actually do have an example in Nuevo Laredo where they've implemented small scale. They included O&M as part of the project. It was a wastewater project. We do have an international plant in Nogales, in Nuevo Laredo, Tamaulipas. So it does work. It is doable. It's just how we make a larger, more long-term framework for O&M in Tijuana. So that's ongoing right now. We do have some of those checkmarked. We've already done some of the initial planning, and we're hopefully going to take those scopes of work and start getting them ready so that we can find who's going to be the lead to them and the funding, and we can get those started. So that is an ongoing process. Our Minute 320 group is also going to be rolled into this where we continue the discussion on sediment and solid waste. So we have an initial meeting. We're getting that on the calendar so that we can get that started as well. So these are multiple groups that and different topics that we're working on, but it's a good next step as we hopefully get all of those 328 projects ongoing and done, and then we transition into these Minute 333 activities. And Ray, I'll let Ray close off.
All right. Again, we thank you and the partnership with us, IBWC, and continuing to try to find the solutions, try to get to the 100% solution that we're working for. And as we're moving through with our expansion, one of the things that we're going to continue looking at is we're moving as fast as we can, and trying to do it as right as we can as we're moving through there. Make sure that we do it right, and then also be able to maintain what we actually put in place, because it's got to work. That's the only way it's going to work. Continue that coordination with Mexico, because at the same aspect Gilbert just mentioned, whatever they build, they have to maintain that in order for the whole system to work correctly. And how can we work together? Because, we're looking at moving as fast as we can and going through that. We're going to see hopefully the incremental increases as the projects are starting to come online. So looking to expedite, streamline reviews through the process with us and the board and everything that comes through, trying to make sure that we keep to the milestones, what they're said and how we're trying to move them and try to get it moved as fast as possible. Support the phase compliance schedules that we're looking at in order to achieve that incremental improvements that we can. Provide regulatory certainty so that with all our long lead equipment, making sure that we can get those initiated now and make sure when they come in, they're ready to be put in and we're ready to actually accept them. Because we don't want to be in a position where we're getting all this equipment and there's a lot of lead time associated with it. We can identify those now so we can get those in and they incorporate and streamline and make sure we maintain our our milestones to try to get done as soon as possible. We have that shared goal of reaching the full secondary treatment as possible, as fast as possible, and making sure that it's achievable with everything that we're doing. So we do appreciate and look for that continued partnership, because the tough questions that you provide to us make us look at what we're doing and how we can make improvements where we need to make improvements, if we're missing the mark somewhere, making sure we can address those. So we do appreciate that, and continue to look for that coordination, cooperation, and work with all of us. I think that was our last slide.
You know, we're very happy to announce that we will be able to get additional staff to help us on these efforts. Our staff is very nice. Super amable, very nice.
Well, I want to thank.
But
our
at the
staff.
end of the day, we are your regulator.
Mhm,
We
yes.
are not your partner,
Oh,
sadly.
correct.
I
That-
mean,
that
maybe in
phrase
another
works.
party, but not here.
Correct.
We are your regulator. So we can't lose sight of that
ma'am.
obligation. That's our legal obligation.
Understood. Yes, ma'am. Totally agree. Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to jump in here quickly. We have 4 public speaking cards here, and they've been very patient, waiting for us all morning. We want to hear from them, but I absolutely have to take a 5-minute break before we get to that. So if you guys can hold with us, we take a little longer one afterwards, but let's go real quick and then
Ready? Yeah.
There we go. Can you hear me now? All right. Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Sarah Davidson, and I manage the Clean Border Water Now program at Surfrider Foundation, representing over 4,000 members across San Diego County. I also co-lead the Tijuana River Coalition, which convenes more than 65 community-based organizations from the San Diego-Tijuana region. I speak today on behalf of both. Thank you, IBWC team, for the updates today, and water board members for adding clarity and urgency to those updates. We are concerned about the decrease in transparency and information sharing from IBWC over the past 18 months. IBWC has not held a community forum in almost a year, and while we heard today that there is finally one scheduled for the future, we don't yet know how open to the public it will be, nor if it will be regularly occurring as it has been in the past. Over the last 18 months, IBWC has relied solely on the social media platform X and a listserv that requires admission from IBWC to provide intermittent piecemeal updates. Without the periodic public meeting component, this method of public outreach fails to both inform the public and meaningfully engage with the individuals and communities most impacted by this crisis. The environmental and public health implications of the transboundary pollution crisis are well documented and extremely dire. We are not simply dealing with odors, as referred to in IBWC update emails. The flows of polluted water aerosolize, releasing toxic gases, including hydrogen sulfide, into the air in close proximity to residential neighborhoods, schools, and businesses at dangerous levels. Just last week, hydrogen sulfide levels reached over 900 parts per billion at Berry Elementary School, over 30 times higher than the 30 parts per billion generally recognized as hazardous in the state of California. This morning, it was over 300 parts per billion. This is a decades-long public health crisis, and it deserves to be met with the highest level of urgency. In addition to causing severe public health threats, the transboundary pollution crisis is incredibly dynamic, and that is why we need those regular updates and communication with the public. Quarterly community forums should provide precisely this type of critical information, informing vulnerable communities of both serious health risks and reasons to celebrate successes when they occur, and improve trust and communication between IBWC and the public. They must also include updates regarding all infrastructure projects on both sides of the border, and in particularly those outlined in minutes 328 and 333. While the vast majority of these projects will be implemented in Mexico, those very projects will have the greatest overall impact towards solving the crisis. We urge IBWC to restart the community forums on a regular basis as soon as possible and to host them at least quarterly. Additionally, we are seeking a few points of clarification from IBWC, and I see my time is almost up, so I'm going to very rapidly ask these questions. The first is for more specific timing and cost of the 50 MGD expansion at the plants. We heard that it's going to happen as soon as possible, but we didn't hear an exact timeline, and I would really like to understand that more, because recently we heard that there was going to be a delay from the initial outlined December 2027 deadline to now 2031, which is a big change. The second question I'd like to ask is about any plans to prepare for a super El Nino year anticipated later this summer. How are you going to protect your plant and your canyon collectors and all that we've been investing in, since then with your updates? So I'll stop there. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And sorry you had to wait so long. Tiffany Curry with the Outdoor Outreach.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks so much, everyone, for the information. I appreciate the presentation. My name is Tiffany Curry. I'm the Public Policy Associate Manager at Outdoor Outreach. We're a San Diego-based nonprofit serving youth primarily in South San Diego, connecting them to the powers of the outdoors and reducing barriers to access. And one of those barriers is this multi-decade-long pollution crisis. I'm also honored to be a co-convener of the Tijuana River Coalition. As a nonprofit serving youth and families living in the River Valley, open communication is critical. It's going to increase our capacity to understand the crisis and also effectively implement risk management. There's an entire generation of youth who are growing up without homes where it's normal to play outside. It's normal for them to double check their windows are closed at night. It's normal for them to get pollution alerts at 5 a.m. And it's normal where playing outside might come with nausea, fatigue, diarrhea, and it shouldn't be normal. It's not normal. There's an entire generation of family and children who cannot enjoy the beautiful landscape of the River Valley without worry. We're asking for the IBWC to communicate regularly with community members and organizations, and to do so on platforms that are more accessible than closed newsletters and X. Protecting community needs to be a priority, and this will be achieved by helping equip everyone with more information and understanding about this crisis. We've largely been left in the dark, and I also have clarifying questions I would like to ask on the expansion project. We would like to know how much was spent on the 35 million gallons daily expansion and what is left for the 50 MGD expansion, and how much does the US IBWC expect the full 50 MGD expansion project to cost? This is a very heavy topic and something that we know communities not only hear about at these meetings and read about, but have to live through. So I thank everyone for your time and work on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Patrick?
Hello, good afternoon. Patrick McDonough. I'm the senior attorney for San Diego Coastkeeper. With only 3 minutes, first I want to thank US IBWC for the robust update. Like, sharing this information is very important and critical to protecting both the environment and really public health. And on that note, Coastkeeper requests that US IBWC restart the community forums as soon as possible and then host them on a quarterly basis. IBWC is by far the best positioned entity to facilitate that open flow of information. It has the most direct, routine, and up-to-date access to information related to flow levels in the river, spill events, the status of infrastructure repairs, its own flow gauge, funding allocations, et cetera, much more so than any other agency or interested group involved in this issue. And that's especially true of the information that's coming out of Tijuana. So US IBWC has its routine communications with SELA, and while that's a welcome and significant improvement from years past, the public is still too often left in the dark and having to pry for information. That's why we're here today. The piecemeal updates from X and the listserv, which IBWC has been using for the past year or so as a primary means of public outreach and communication, is just insufficient. And due to the sheer magnitude of the pollution crisis, which we're all pretty aware of, it's essential that US IBWC provide the routine and detailed public updates from its discussions with its Mexican counterparts, what's actually going on the ground, their own infrastructure projects, to both protect communities and then also inform local decision makers about this constantly evolving landscape, because it's extremely dynamic. And on that note, Coastkeeper regularly engages with a variety of elected officials and other agencies, and this agency, and they don't even have up-to-date and accurate information, which is a huge problem because they're the ones trying to protect their constituents and obtain funding. They're making decisions on how to spend millions of dollars, and maybe they're trying to address a problem that has already been addressed by US IBWC. So there's a huge need for IBWC to provide those detailed updates like today on a more regular basis, and quarterly community forums would be the best way to accomplish that. I want to push back a little on the monitoring results that we saw in today's presentation. Coastkeeper is out in the Tijuana River Valley collecting samples every month, and we're seeing benzene, toluene, arsenic, acetone, chloroform, PFAS, cyanide, copper, lead, zinc, all other chemicals I can't pronounce. We've shared that data with the regional board before, It is on our One Coastal Community website, and we actually have our Tijuana Water Quality Monitoring Report coming out next month. There is also the SDSU sediment studies, script studies, et cetera.
You can keep going a little while there.
Okay, that are just at a bit of odds with, the IBWC's own reporting today that most of the sediment quality sampling has shown low levels of pollutants or non-detects. And an important part of this board's role is the permit allows for some of the higher method detection limits when looking for some of these chemicals and pollutants. And therefore, the sampling that IBWC needs to conduct under the permit may show no non-detect when, if you lower that method detection limit, it shows that there are significant problems with a lot of these problematic chemicals and parameters. And then I just had one question. There's the issues with PB/SELA and flows into the plant and PB1. I really appreciated the explanation on how the repairs to PB1 that will be taking place over 21 months will unfold. But my quick question is, what capacity is PB/SELA operating at now? We know the flows in the river are still, a little less than 10 MGD. And my understanding was that there's 3 major pumps at PB/SELA sucking up, mostly sewage out of the river. Like, what does full capacity look like, and how could that potentially change flows throughout the system? Okay, thank you for the extra time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Do you want to answer that? Or
He has 2 questions you can answer.
Why don't you answer first? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. We'll do that last one first.
I'll do the last one first, since I fresh in the memory. So regarding the PB/SELA has 3 pumps operation at full capacity of 1,500 liters per second. That equates to about 34.6-ish MGD going from PB/SELA to PB1. And so what happened is that currently it is operating at full 3 pumps operation during the day. That's why in the river, if you have the data, outflow data from the river, you don't see any flow during the day. That's what the picture was showing. However, during the night, during the peak hours, when PB1 operating with only 3 pumps, earlier we talked about PB1A is offline because the parallel line, one of the parallel lines is under construction. Because PB1 is only operating 3, PB/SELA has to reduce pumping capacity, so because it will overwhelm PB1, right? And we continue to take on a full 35 with a peak during the peak hours. So in short, during the day, 3 pumps. During the night, it reduced the pumping capacity down to 2 pumps at this moment. That's why you see that 8.5 today, as of yesterday, 8.9 the day before. So when we have all 4 pumps going at PB1, on those dates, PB/SELA, sorry, all of the acronyms, PB/SELA can run 3 pumps throughout the night. So during those times, what happens is you'll see the flow will reduce even more down to close to about 5 to 6 MGD. Did that answer your question? Sorry. Yeah. So I think earlier we kind of talked about, when we have continuous 4 pumps going, so we need 4 pumps at PB1, 3 pumps at PB/SELA. At that point, we can set up the berm. If that operation consistently continues, then the berm can be set. Once the berm is set, we can capture all of the flow. Then no flows coming to the U.S. Sorry.
All right. do want to thank you all for comments and questions, as well as, and I want to address, and I think we've spoken a little bit about the community roundtable, and definitely we hear what you're saying about the information getting out, and we're working with Commissioner to figure out what that final roundtable is going to look like, particularly with the public participation in there. So we want to let you know it's not falling on deaf ears, because we're hearing that, we're taking it back to management so that we can get at there and figure out what is the recurring method that we're going to be using. What is the agenda and how we're going to formulate? And that's what's being worked on right now. And again, we have the tentative one set for mid-July. With that one, I think that will help us build and hopefully get back to the platforms of what we were looking for the engagements, the discussions and so forth, how that's going to work. We'll see how that, and we can come back and hopefully here, as soon as we start getting those details, then we'll provide the details to the board so that we can advertise what's coming up. Everybody should be available and understand what we're getting at. So we do and appreciate the comments, and we will take that back, and hopefully we'll be able to get more information, particularly with this first one that's coming up, and how that then will morph into what we did in the past.
With respect to cost, I believe Sarah and Sydney had a similar question with regards to the final cost of 50 MGD. It's hard to give a number because the way the contracting method that we used, it's called progressive design build. We actually did a firm fixed price for the design component, and for this phase of it's called the pre-construction phase. So we did obligate funds for that, but the construction of the full project is still not done. We just had a meeting with the team. We were reviewing designs, and what they're doing also is they prepare what's called a cost model, and as part of the analysis, we are at some point between now and by the time we get to the final design, we have to negotiate the costs of the final cost. We do have an estimate, but we can't give you that estimate because we're going to negotiate in a couple of months. And so you all have heard the ballparks for those. And that's, Ray mentioned during the presentation that we have a certain amount right now, and we have amount appropriate or in the appropriation for fiscal year 27 that is going to be that additional amount that we will have available to us. And then, so that timing is that hopefully that'll come in at the same time as we're approaching that near 100% final. And then we can negotiate the final base project, which is the 50 MGD and the 75 MGD peak. So, and I apologize, I can't give you a number right now
When do you
on
expect,
that.
what's the date on that?
So we are going to get to the 100% design around November of this year. So we will know before then, it's not set in the schedule. We can negotiate the cost of the project at any time we are comfortable, and the design build team is. We expect to get to that point somewhere in between now and that 100%. So we will go into that in the near future. So definitely before we get to 100%. And I believe Sydney also had a question about the 35 MGD. How much did that cost?
Before
I'm sorry.
you
Go ahead.
address that, I just wanted to share that what I'm hearing from the public, and I think there's a sense that they want to see more transparency, and obviously having a public meeting, and everybody understand that when you're letting out contract, you need to negotiate and all the stuff like that. But once you do have it, if you have the public meeting, then you will be able to convey those information. I don't think they expect you to preemptively provide those information. But just keep in mind the whole concept of transparency, and then share that information with the public. I think that's what I'm hearing the most today.
Mhm. Okay, thank you. There was another question on the 35 MGD costs. So that was an interim measure that we used temporary equipment. So we actually rented some equipment. We actually purchased some of it. So there's a combination of rental and equipment that will become part of the final 50 MGD build out. But we also had to increase the O&M so that because there was chemical addition and more operation of that equipment on the solid side primarily. So we're estimating that cost of the 35 incremental is about $8 to $10 million. And so we are tracking that on the expenditures because it's the billing for the rentals and the increased O&M and over between now and the time we get to the final solution, that's what we estimated. So that's kind of the number that we have right now. And I believe Sarah also had the tough question about the Super El Nino. So right now, the rehab of the plant hopefully is going to help us go through any high storm, another hurricane type event. But the ultimate solution is we have an integrated headworks built into the design that's going to be able to withstand what comes in through the pipeline a lot better than our current headworks does. So we looked at that very early on, and I think we're happy with the design of the new headworks that will have an additional screening mechanism in place, a new type of grit handling system. It's all going to be in that one facility. So we're hoping that gets us to a more protected front of the plant. We can't do anything in the Mexican side or in any parts, but as far as protecting our facility, I think we have a good solution in place to do that. And I do, sorry, Patrick? Yeah. So some of the parameters Patrick identified we did detect those. That we definitely we follow our permit for the methods have to meet a certain limit. So most of those organics and metals have a detection limit that is very low because of that, because of the concern that we should be able to quantify those parameters. And so they're usually those, especially the organic components, they're very low level. We're close to the detection limit. And so the reporting limit is only by lab standards, it's something that can be reproduced all the time, and it is quality assured. So they actually give us what their reporting limit is, and that they demonstrate that what they're giving us is the best data available. So when we get a non-detect, it's at that limit, and it's usually at a limit that meets the permit requirement. There are other contaminants that Patrick mentioned that are more new to wastewater that are not built into our list of parameters. That's why we don't analyze for them. But we understand the concern, and I heard the concern from Sydney as well about living in that condition. And definitely, I hear her. But we are trying, and we do follow the best protocols we have for the monitoring. We hope to ramp up and continue that monitoring that is being done by others on the Tijuana River as well. I think we're pretty solid on the plant monitoring, but that'll continue. So we'll have those data sets that are available for everybody to see. I think we talked about, lastly, the schedule. We have heard, you all heard, and I was here in April as far as Commissioner McIntosh and Administrator Zeldin from the EPA are actively, they want it done, and they are providing, they're trying to get it done as quickly as possible. They are advocating for the funding that is needed that definitely, we do need to have that in place. And so that's why there's that 2027 to get it done. We're operating. We will, when leadership tells us to do that, we will do that. And so that's where we're going on, and that's what you're hearing. We are prepared to do that. It's just that's where we are at this point. They're heavily pushing for that. So once we get that, we'll continue. That's the plan, and we'll be ready for it. I think those were most of the questions. I apologize if I missed any.
Any questions from up here? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And our public speakers, we appreciate you too.
Yeah, thank you for staying.
All right. Well, I think that brings us to item 8, which I will be introducing. I don't need to introduce myself again, but we are joined today virtually by Jennifer Toney from the Division of Financial Assistance. Jennifer will be giving an update on the Division of Financial Assistance rollout of the solicitation for the U.S.-Mexico border water quality funding under Proposition 4, which was passed by California voters in November of 2024. So, yep, I see Jennifer's up on the screen in the presentation. Jennifer, if you could just let us know when you would like to advance your slides, we'll take care of that on our end.
Sure thing. Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, thanks. So I guess it's good afternoon, Chair Strawn, members of the board. My name is Jennifer Toney. I am a senior engineer in the Division of Financial Assistance at the State Water Resources Control Board. And today I am here to give an update on our Proposition 4 United States-Mexico Border Grant Program and go through our guidelines. Next slide, please. So here are the topics I'm going to cover today. I'm going to go through our funding timeline, a little overview of our bond language, our guidelines overview, which includes our grant amounts, our application requirements, our scoring, and our fundable list preparation process. Next slide, please. So here is our funding process timeline. We did post our draft guidelines February 2nd. And that public comment period ran from February 2nd through March 13th. During that public comment period, we held 2 workshops, one in San Diego and one in Calexico. We took those oral comments that we got at the workshops as well as written comments. We made some changes to the guidelines. We took the final guidelines to our board for consideration in April 21st of 2026. Those did get successfully adopted, so which means that now we can start soliciting for applications. So I'm excited to report that the solicitation for applications will open tomorrow, June 11th at 8 a.m. and it will remain open through August 31st and it will close at 5 p.m. So during that time, we're going to host an application workshop for potential applicants. We're going to help them go through how to fill out our online application, the required attachments that are needed for that application, and we'll have a question and answer session. The registration for this workshop is on our program website, which I have at the end of these slides. Once that solicitation, if you go back, once that solicitation closes, we're going to score and rank the applications in the fall, prepare the funding list, notify the applicants if they've made it on the funding list or if they're on our standby list, and then we will begin issuing our funding agreements early in 2027. Next slide, please. So our guidelines contain information from our bond language And then we also have some policy requirements. So this is the information that came straight out of the bond language, which includes the amount that we have available for projects, which is $46.1 million. The eligibility for projects also came out of the bond language, and it said that projects have to address water quality problems arising from California, Mexico, cross-border rivers, and coastal waters. So that includes the Tijuana River and the New River. This program is unique in that we can fund projects in California and in Mexico. Prop 4 stated, though, if we fund a project in Mexico, that it has to have a demonstrated water quality benefit to California and its residents. Prop 4 also stated that 40% of the funds have to be allocated to projects that directly benefit disadvantaged communities or vulnerable populations. And match is not required under Prop 4, but it did ask us to give priority to projects that leverage local funding. The only exception to the match is that bilateral financial institutions such as NADBank have to provide a 50% federal match, but everyone else is not required to provide a match under Prop 4. Next slide, please. So a little overview of our guidelines. Everything listed on this slide is in our guidelines. It's a policy decision that was adopted when our board, in April 21st, when our board adopted the guidelines. That includes the types of projects that are eligible. We can fund planning and research projects, or we can fund implementation and construction projects. I'm going to go through the minimum and maximum grant amounts, the application requirements, our scoring criteria, and our fundable list process. Next slide, please. So here's the slide that everyone's always most interested in, is our minimum and maximum grant amounts. If you're applying for a research or planning project, the minimum grant amount is $250,000 and the maximum is $750,000. And we did say in our guidelines that no more than $3 million will be utilized for planning and research funding, and that's out of that $46.1 million that we have available for our program. For our implementation projects, the minimum is $2 million per project. The maximum is $10 million. However, our deputy director may increase that $10 million cap by an additional $10 million, which makes it a total of $20 million. After we have received all applications, we've scored them, and we've looked at the benefits. If our deputy director does make that, exercises that authority to increase a project to $20 million, then we have to provide our briefings to the board. Next slide, please. So our application submittal is going to be, it's going to be submitted online through our FAST system. We do like our acronyms, which stands for Financial Application Assistance Submittal Tool, and the link is here. Like I said, the program won't show up until 8 a.m. tomorrow, but for anyone that hasn't used the FAST system, you can go to this link and create your login if you want to ahead of time. And then at 8 a.m. you should see the Prop 4 U.S.-Mexico border solicitation pop up. If you have any issues, you can contact me, or we have a FAST help team, and the email is on that website, and they can help you with any login problems. Our application package is going to consist of basic FAST information on project title, requested grant amount, location, and project contacts. That part's pretty simple. It's very fast to fill out. The majority of the application is going to be in attachments 1, 2, and 3, which are our required attachments. Those we have templates for, and those templates have already been posted on our program website, which again, the link is at the end of the slides. So potential applicants can already start looking at those and filling them out if they would like. And these are those items that we'll be going through during that application assistance webinar. Attachment 4 and 5 are optional. These are areas where you can upload items like letters of support, technical documents, plans and specs, environmental documents if you have them. This comes into play when we get into our scoring. Next slide, please. And I'm going to go quickly through our scoring, these next two slides, because I think it makes more sense to explain the scoring with the scoring tables shown. So our scoring is based on resource or impacts. I like to categorize it as project types. And then there's a higher score for corrective projects over preventative and improvement. And this is called the project score. Next slide, please. And the project score, that's kind of the base score, and you can receive additional points for your project if you meet some of these items. And these items are all optional items, and I'm not going to read them out because I think it helps to see the scoring tables. It's organized a little bit better. Next slide, please. So here's where that project score comes into play. The project type, resource impact is on the left-hand side. And we have detailed definitions for all of these in Appendix C of our guidelines. So I won't, I know everybody's probably hungry for lunch, so I won't read them all off to you, but based on the project type, then you would go to the columns and figure out which one you fall into. A corrective project is a project that assists in correcting a water quality standard or violation, or if the project assists in mitigating a public health threat, it would be corrective. Preventative would be a project that prevents a public health threat or prevents a violation of a water quality standard. Everything else would fit into the improvement category. And the max score for this table is 10. Next slide, please. And then here's our secondary score. I like to call this the benefit table. And again, everything on here is optional. So if you're a potential applicant and you're looking at this and you're saying, I don't meet all of these, that's okay. It's, again, just items that can help boost that project score. If you know, you're a disadvantaged community or a severely disadvantaged community, you can receive additional points. We heard about, you know, how important it was in the previous presentation about coordinating with Mexican government agencies. So we have that in here. And so we need, you know, proof of coordination. You would upload that to your application attachments. If your project mitigates public health threats and additional points. In the application, we ask applicants to describe if your project is a multi-benefit project, so you can get additional points for this. And then if your project is mentioned in a binational agreement or a water board adopted implementation strategy, there's also additional points to be gained. And again, the score for this secondary score table is 10 points. Next slide, please. And then we have our cost effectiveness score. Max score for this table is 6. You can get points based on your useful life. If you have a source of funding for your operation and maintenance of your system, we want to make sure that if we're investing bond funds, that the project is operated and maintained through the useful life of the project. There's questions in the application that get to this, so we can help score this. And then here's where the match points come in. Match is not required, but with prioritizing, with Prop 4 asking us to prioritize projects that leverage local match funding, this is how we included it into the scoring. Next slide, please. And then we have a readiness score. If environmental documents, if an applicant has environmental documents, there are additional points to be earned here. We state environmental documents because we might have projects in Mexico. So if your project is in California, you would upload your CEQA documents. If your project's in Mexico, then it would be environmental permits or whatever local environmental documents you need for those projects. And then plans and spec points are based on percentage complete. for a max score of 4 points for readiness. So our total scoring, our max score available is 30. Next slide, please. So we're gonna get all the applications in, we're going to score them, and then we're gonna create the fundable list. At least, our guidelines say at least one project from each river will be represented in the funding list. We are going to score our planning and research projects separately from the implementation projects. If you noticed in some of those tables, a lot of those additional points were for implementation or construction projects. So we didn't want to score and rank them together because it was a disadvantage for the planning and research projects. If we have a tie and we do not have sufficient funding to fund both projects or all projects with the same score, then we're going to look at the cumulative water quality impacts and project benefits to decide which project is funded. And then the staff that have scored the applications will prepare the recommended funding list, will present it to the Deputy Director of the Division of Financial Assistance, and then they will review it and approve it, and it will become the final funding list. We'll notify the applicants that they're on that final funding list, and they will receive a preliminary award commitment. The projects not selected for funding will be placed on a standby list, and if there are additional funds available, then we will work our way down that standby list based on the total project score. We're not anticipating having a new influx of funding for this program, so the way that funding would become available is if a project on the funding list drops out, then we would move a project from the standby list up to the final funding list. We do anticipate, since we have 46.1 million available, that this funding will go very fast and that we will just have one round of funds. So, thank you. Next slide. And here's my contact information, and we've wanted to let all potential applicants know that they can reach out if they have questions on the application or scoring. We're happy to meet with them. If they can't attend that application webinar, we can meet separately and go through that with them. And then here's the website that has the registration for the application webinar, the required attachments for our application, and our final guidelines for the program. And thank you.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Lots of information, and
Yes.
excited that it's coming out. Yay!
Same, yes. We're very excited.
Quick question for you. Is the goal to distribute the whole 48 million?
46.1, yeah.
Million? Is it
Yes,
go
million.
to, yeah, okay.
The goal, is to award that all in one solicitation.
And how, because this is a bond funding, how is it possible that you may have additional funds that will come through?
That would be only if a project decides not to move forward for any reason. We have had it happen on other bond-funded projects before, and so then we move someone from the standby list up to the fundable list.
I've got a question for you. How are you using the Prop 4 disadvantaged and the state or severely disadvantaged communities GIS map to determine that scoring criteria?
So when we determine whether or not they're a disadvantaged community or a severely disadvantaged community, we're using, we have a bond coordinator, which is the California Natural Resources Agency, and they develop a guidance tool for determining that, and there is a GIS map, and it's a very, it's very easy to use. It's a very handy tool where they can either put in their project location or the community and it will tell you right away whether it's a disadvantaged community or a severely disadvantaged community. And it is one of those other items that we'll be demonstrating during that application webinar of how to use it. They are requiring us to use that tool.
Got it. I am looking at it right now. And if you look at the Tijuana River Valley, there are a couple parcels that are disadvantaged. A huge chunk is not listed. And then there are only a couple parcels that are severely disadvantaged. So I'm not sure quite what the data and methodology that went into that, but just being aware that if an applicant proposed a project in Smuggler's Gulch or something like that, it would not score high probably unless you're able to demonstrate kind of nexus with downstream severely disadvantaged parcels. So maybe just a concern on the GIS mapping methodology.
Yeah, and we can work with applicants to look at that.
Okay, yeah, that would be great. And this has been an issue on like with Cal Enviro screen has had to have kind of numerous modifications to actually address cross-border pollution and get some of our most impacted communities in San Ysidro to actually score high and be eligible for CARB or CEC funding that uses the Cal Enviro screen tool. So I guess I think a lot of our cross-border data is just could be refined at the state level to make sure that we're actually getting the funds and that these projects are getting scored accurately.
Will do. And I mean, yes, we can look at a broad project area, a benefit area also. So it's, it's working with the applicant and how they define, the benefit. And they're in that tool that CNRA has. It's like a 4-step process of this is the benefit, here's the mapping tool. So we're working with them to better understand it also. They have, training sessions on utilizing that tool.
Any other questions? Nope. Thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good afternoon.
With that, we have any other items I need to cover?
That concludes our agenda. I understand that there is no closed session scheduled today.
So I may adjourn the meeting. Thank you.